You cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now. Casting on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me. Hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, and if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, then I start to see, honey,
searching for the lost and found. But you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air, like a blazing flare. Don't stare, cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Skyesports Championship 2.0, the Rainbow Six Siege Invitational. Today, this is going to be me, Dr. Dang. Along with me is going to be the real CCV, also known as Rudransh. How are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing excellent. Excited would be an understatement looking at the matchups we have in front of us. The absolute best teams in our region. And when I say the best, I mean the best teams from our region will be competing head to head each and every match that we have today, tomorrow. And, in the entirety of the tournament, all the matches that we'll have will be ecstatic. They'll surely be very mesmerizing for all of us to watch.
That is certainly true. And with that, let's look at what teams, in fact, are going to be playing and which team will be facing off with each other. We can see right here is that ESM will be taking on Kira Esports, Union Gaming will be taking on Ferrum, VPG will take on Wild Stallions, and Mrcz will take on Monka S. So which game are you going to be looking forward to? Because I know for a fact I'm looking forward to every single one of them.
Exactly, that was my thoughts. And for today, I'd say one of my favorite games is going to be Mrcz versus Monka S, purely because, well, these two teams are going to compete in the majors, starting in about 2 or 3 weeks. So I'm very excited. But as we head on, further and further in the tournament, we can possibly see Kira Esports versus Union Gaming, a match that happened quite recently in the South Asian Nationals. We might even see probably Vanquished Paradox or even Wild Stallions competing against Mrcz Monkas. I mean, the possibilities are endless, but no matter which possibility is chosen, it's going to be very interesting.
Well, that will certainly be something that we will have to wait and see. But right now, what we will not have to wait for is going to be the prize pool, which is going to be a total of CCB. Do you think that a 1 lakh prize pool is going to be any less or would you have wanted a lot more?
I mean, well, 6 digits, it's a big number, and I'm very excited. And I mean, more than me, the teams are surely excited. So I don't think it's going to be any less or any more. For these teams, they're going to be battling for their lives. This is certainly more than what we usually have seen in tournaments. I mean, I'm talking about the past, but now as more and more as tournament qualities and as tournament productions are ramping up, so are the prize pools. And well, I'd surely say that these teams are going to give it their level best in order to get those 6 digits in their bank accounts.
Well, that is certainly true, with the winners taking a whopping 50,000, the runners up taking away 30,000, the third place walking away with 12,500, and last but not least, for the fourth place winners as well, there'll be a prize pool of 7,500. So, with that, CC, we will be waiting for the teams to just be joining in. But is there some particular team that you want the viewers to look out for? Is there going to be something that you would want the viewers to know before we dive right into the action?
Um, I mean, if you are a viewer, and first of all, if you're a viewer, you haven't seen a lot of Rainbow Six, a lot of Indian and South Asian Rainbow Six, you don't particularly know the teams, then I'd say watch out for all the teams. Look out for each and every team, because all these teams are killer. They'll slice each other up. They are very cutthroat with each other. They are going to be performing. I mean, they're going to be ecstatic. Looking and playing against each other. So look out for everyone, of course. And if you like, as a viewer, if you're watching again Rainbow Six for the first time, if you like watching all these teams, then make sure to look out for the actual Rainbow Six majors, because that's the big boy leagues. That's the biggest leagues of all, and I'm sure that all the viewers will be proud to know that our South Asian teams will be presenting not just our region, but themselves on that stage. So all these teams, Union Gaming, Mercenaries, Monka S, all these teams will be playing over there as well. Not to mention fellow other tournaments that go on and on all throughout the weeks and the months of Rainbow Six. So for all the viewers, essentially what I'm trying to say, my point being that each of these teams is going to perform brilliantly. If you like watching any of these teams, no matter if it's someone like Union Gaming, no matter if it's someone like Wild Stallions, no matter who it is, if you like watching them, you can watch even more of their games. You can enjoy more and more Rainbow Six content.
That is certainly well put, because these teams do represent the best of the best that we have competing in the region. And that I mean, if you already have the best competing, there is no way that you can ask for more, because at this point we know for a fact that every single team that comes here and participates is going to give it their all, because this is not just a matter about whether you win this map and lose that game or not. This is going to be about their reputations on the line as well.
That is also very, very true. And speaking of the matchups as well, let's give a quick header on to where we are heading in general. So our first match of today is going to be Union Gaming versus Ferrum eSports. And again, we'll talk about how I mean, we've already talked about how large these teams are and their gameplay in general. How brilliantly they represent our region and all. But for a quick, backstory on both these teams did meet against each other fairly recently. I think it was on the 18th of October in another tournament, which was the Villager Esports tournament, in the grand finals of that. So already, these teams reached the grand finals. They are the best of the best. And it was a best of three. And Union Gaming ended up defeating Ferrum Esports on two maps, which are Clubhouse and Villa. So just going by that logic, you can see that they were very close matches. Once we head on to our game right here, which will happen right now, then I'll talk about how those previous games went on the 18th of October, how both Ferrum and UG played over there as well. But for now, all that the viewers need to know is those were exciting games. These teams, again, like I've mentioned, they competed against each other fairly recently. They know how to play against each other, and how to certainly how to not just counter strat, but how to, I'd say, slither against each other. No matter what UG or Ferrum bring, their opponents will know how to counter that. And of course, both these teams have gone through some roster changes, not major roster changes, but substitutions and all had happened. And I'm not sure whether they will happen today or not. Let's hope that the five main core players of both the teams play, so that we can see the absolute best of these teams have to offer. But apart from that as well, I am very excited to watch UG versus Ferrum once again.
That is true. And UG versus Ferrum, that is one of the what do you say, OG games that you would want to see, because Ferrum was earlier known as Level Zero, and easily Level Zero was one of the strongest teams that we had in the region at that point of time. And also one more thing that I would say was will actually be really interesting to see, is going to be whether these teams are going to pull out some new strats, because we know for a fact that a lot of these teams who have qualified for the majors might be looking to either hide some strats or maybe change few things that they have learned along the way. But I think that some of these teams will certainly bring everything to the table, because for some it may be not too much to lose, because at the same time, since from the semifinals onwards we will be having a best of three, so teams can afford to lose a map. But right now in the quarterfinals, it's only going to be a best of one. You will not be able to do anything except give it your all, because if you do not do that,
Yeah.
there's only one way, that is going to be right out of the tournament.
My thoughts exactly, best of one, especially in a quarterfinals format, is certainly do or die. There's no, I mean, it is literally do or die. Either you win or you're relegated out of the tournament. That's the level of stakes involved for each and every team participating, all of the total 8 teams we have over here, no matter which team it is, and no matter against which team they are playing, it is do or die. So coming back to your point of the strategies and what sort of play styles are the teams going to bring against each other and for themselves as well on the table once we start heading into the matches, and once we start seeing, it's certainly capable that that teams will hide something again. That usually happens with tournaments over here, and with the actual majors. Both of us were talking about the actual majors, and the big boy leagues, the biggest our region has seen so far. So that's going to be the main priority for at least for 3 of these teams over here, since out of the total 8 teams we have, Union Gaming, Monka S and Mrcz have qualified for them. They will play in the majors. So apart from that, I think those teams will be looking, I wouldn't say hide something necessarily, but they will be looking to maybe experiment with something new. They won't bring out their tried and tested strats. They won't bring out like the things they know that will win them, because if they bring out that, then of course their opponents can study them, their opponents can counter strat them, and they will know how to beat each other. So that won't happen. Apart from that, I can expect something new to come out of Mercenaries, or something new to come out of Union Gaming, certainly, because those guys are very, very wacky with their strats. I love what UG always brings on the table, whether it's their roams, no matter what it is, it's certainly very ecstatic to watch them play, and no matter what map it is as well.
That is true. I think that a lot of these teams who think that a lot of times we think that these teams will just like to keep going back to the same maps that they love to play on. But I think a lot of times these teams love to just try something new, because, for example, it could be that these teams are yet to you know figure out a strat that they want for maybe a map like Oregon or maybe a map like Cafe, and they could just pull one out in a new round, and maybe it works for them, maybe it doesn't. But at the end of the day, they will definitely know whether it'll work out for them or not.
That is a very, very likely possibility that can be achieved by any of these teams as well. So I'd say that we've hyped up enough, and both UG and Ferrum are looking extremely strong. We talked about you talked about the Ferrum and their past being by level 0 esports, and that also reminds me of another very good best of 3 that I had seen quite early, but I'd seen it nonetheless. We'll also talk about that. There's a lot to talk about with these teams, and that also symbolizes the fact that these teams are really the best. The amount of times both Union Gaming and Ferrum / Level 0 have gone in and head-to-head, it's mesmerizing to see that. So apart from that as well, I'm very excited to see where this matchup will head. But before we jump into the matchup, we'll be taking a very, very small break. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. With crimson secrets and forbidden bliss, can't stay still, don't stop that thrill. Like bones crave your skin, temptation within. suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the game. So this is going to be Ferrum versus Union Gaming on the map of Clubhouse. This is me, Dr. Dang, along with CCV, and we are making our way into the ban phase.
All right, so we were talking about UG versus Ferrum, which had happened on the 18th of October, and Clubhouse was one of the maps. So back then, I mean, if anyone doesn't know, that map went the full 9 yards. It went all the 15 rounds possible. It was an 8-7 win in favor of Union Gaming by a margin of 1 round. They won that map. So we can already see how close those maps were, and judging by the ban phase, at least by the first ban, things seem to be right there on the same track, since UG had earlier banned Thatcher and Vamai in that match on Clubhouse, and Ferrum, if I'm correct, they'll ban Capito. Oh no, alright, a difference in bans. It's going to be a hard breach ban. As Ferrum, while they are attacking, they choose to ban Ace, so we can possibly see some Maverick running around, since he's the only better, anti hard breach counter remaining.
Well, I think that the reason for banning Ace could be twofold. That you at this point you have so many hard Oh, okay. Well,
This,
I I'm not really sure about this one, but there
This
is
reminds
a
me of something I
Jaeger
remember.
ban
Okay.
coming in.
Yeah, no, you go on.
Yep.
Yes.
So a Jaeger ban comes in from the side of Ferrum, and that is something that we did not expect at all. And I'm pretty sure that Union Gaming did not expect this either. So I mean, why?
I think I have a fair reason. I think I have a theory built up why this has happened. All right, so first of all, we have I think against Union Gaming, there was L2K had played against Union Gaming recently in the finals or the upper bracket finals of the ROG tournament, and the map was Oregon, and then L2K had banned Ash and Jaeger, and actually UG had ended up losing that map 3-7 against L2K. So there's one theory. Then once Ferrum eSports had themselves banned against UG, I mean that was in the colorful Bangladesh tournament on the 16th of September, and then Ferrum had actually banned Nomad and Jaeger, but it was on Cafe. So yeah, a different map, but history serves me correct. Diego bans against UG are starting to become more and more common as time goes on.
Well, I think that everyone's realized that Jittery is going to be a very strong player on, as you can say, Jaeger. So that is maybe something that teams look at when they want to go in for a ban. But then again, it could just be because these teams do not want to use Jaeger too much, because right now there's no Vamai on the side of Union Gaming. Yes, it could be also because they are going in for an SSG style roam, but I think that down the line on defense, especially garage takes are going to be very strong, because you can stack any amount of Amaya that you want, but at the end of the day, if they do get burned, you will be in for a big surprise if a nade comes directly your way.
Oh, that is very, very true for for the defenders. No matter if it's Union Gaming in the first half or if it will be Ferrum Esports in the second half, that's a possibility both teams will have to consider. But for now, UG, without Savannah, as you have said, they've gone for the. I'd say at least if you're looking at the second floor and the setup mainly, it is the traditional SSG hold. We have the castle barricades, the hatch is open. In this case, it's Jittery, the Melusi playing towards bar and not another operator. But apart from that, regardless of the operator selection and how they've contoured it to their own liking by bringing Melusi and Smoke, I'd still say it's a very, very default strat. I mean, it's not a default strat, it's the infamous SSG strat after all. And UG will likely play how it is usually played. They want to waste the time of the attackers and they want to drop down from the hatches eventually in the objective once they've wasted enough time and dropped enough bodies.
Well, yes, and as we speak about that, Sparko will start things off. That's going to be the end of the sledge. He's awfully close to getting Skywalker as well, who is going to be inside Logi. So I think that right now, the way things stand, UG is in a very strong spot. And there you go, that's Skywalker for you. He'll get rid of Beat. He has one more player. His wall bangs are awfully close, and that will be the end of Mighty Ali as well. So Sandy joining in on the action with the smoke, making sure that no dirt push comes in. It will be in the hands of Jittery. So this is a very smart angle. Usually we see this played the opposite way, where the attackers are going to be holding on to the main stairs doorway, but it looks like Jittery has just made sure that he will be playing this the other way, as Sparko, who is still upstairs, will make sure that he is able to fall back after getting two players. That will be a successful roam from him. Skywalker is going to be low on HP. He does not exactly know where the other player has fallen back to, and he and Slayer will have to figure out what Ferrum want to salvage from this round.
I mean, there isn't much left to salvage anymore. There's very little remaining for Ferrum Esports now in this round. I mean, we look at the people remaining. We can see only 2 people remain on Ferrum side. Meanwhile, 4 on UG. And like you've already mentioned that. But apart from that as well, we can see the positioning of UG as well. Now that they are much more comfortable with putting their attackers on the front, putting their defenders on the front line, they are a little more comfortable taking more and more gunfights as time goes on. Unfortunately, starting off, they've lost the first gunfight, and that allows Ferrum to just push into the side. They are not caring about the roamers. They want to push into the objective. EX7 almost found Ash, but well, it's going to be Sparko who finishes the job. It was Hibana, and now well, Ash is dead as well. No matter what operator it was, and no matter which attacker it was, UG make sure that they have dropped dead. UG make sure that they are not alive for the final seconds of the round.
Well, it looks like UG will start off on the front foot, because that will be the first round that they look to take. And I think that the next 2 sites that they're going to go to will certainly be the one where that Jaeger ban is going to be in play, because now Jittery will have to make do with Vamai, and as we know, Vamai has to wait some time before his magnets are actually made, and in case he is not able to make do with them, there might be a little bit of a problem that UG will be facing. But then again, I think that this will go both ways, because right now it looks like Hibana as well as the Ash will run flashbangs, but the Maverick and the Sledge will be having grenades. So any anchor position that you want to be sitting in that you are not really sure about, I think you will have to think twice.
Exactly. I mean, I was just going to elaborate on that topic. I'm very thankful that you've mentioned the utility aspect of things, especially even more so now that Jaeger is banned. I was going to talk about that for UG. I would say, even though I don't think they've prepared this strat or something, but going for the default castle and Goyo strat on gym and bedroom right now would have been the best theory. Of course, it's a default strat. Yes, I mean teams know how to counter it and everything. I'm not denying that. What I essentially mean by that is you just mentioned that how easy, not easy, but how quick it will be for the attackers to clear out all the anchor positions due to the excessive amounts of utility that the attackers have. For the defenders, since they do not have Jaeger, they can only rely on Vamai. They should have other forms of utility to actually, sort of like in maths, negatives just counteract each other. Something like that. Utility will counteract the attacker utility. Something like that could have happened. And that's where the castle barricades would have been extremely useful for Union Gaming. They could have utilized those castle barricades in a way that Ferrum would just be necessary. It would be necessary for Ferrum to destroy them, and hence wasting the precious utility of the attackers and preserving the anchors, the little amount of anchor spots that they have remaining. A mindset like that could have helped Union Gaming secure possibly kills in the round, maybe even map control, but for now they've lost both as Ferrum start on a very good note for their side.
Well, that will be Sandy and the Goyo, so I believe that will be one C4 off the board. His shields will still be a little safe for as long as no impact or grenade hits them, but we know for a fact that that will not be something that you want to deal on, as Jittery will be stuck towards. Will he get the shot off? No, he will not be able to do that. He will be under a lot of pressure, and it looks like the fallback is what he wants to do. So at the same time, I think that if right now UG holds on with this 4-man defense that they have stacked up with, I think that it will not be that easy. But as we see, EX7 will be a sneaky boy downstairs as he looks to play a C4 game. He will get the C4. No, he will give a lot of damage to Envy as well as Mighty Ali, but it will not matter. Jittery picks up the kill that he was waiting for so long. That is going to be the Sledge. So one set of nades are off the board. The second pin has been pulled. Will it be tossed? It looks like the Vamai Magnet is going to catch that. So that will be great. And what a clean shot coming in, and a third.
Oh my god.
Jittery just walking in and getting players. Ash has also made her way in, but she'll get taken out, and the fourth player is going to be the person that will fall, as Mighty Ali will get taken out. And Jittery, my god, that was incredible, as we will be looking to go in for a rehost because a disconnection has come in. I think that right now the way that UG is handling stuff, they're set for this game. I mean, they lost a body in the start, but right after that, Jittery just popped off. There was no way Ferrum had any idea what that man was up to.
Exactly. I mean, Ferrum eSports, I think the first thing that really helped Jittery was the C4 that EX7 popped off, that EX7 blew up in the CCTV area, because not only did it deal a lot of damage to Zofia and Maverick, which were Envy and Mighty Ali respectively, it made a distraction. Because now that the C4 was blasted, the people of Ferrum, they must have been thinking that, okay, if the C4 was thrown near CCTV, then Valkyrie should be present somewhere below over there. And they started looking for Valk from the vertical hole that was created by the C4. That allowed the perfect window of opportunity to Jittery for him to swing in. I mean, earlier, once cache and CCTV control was lost by Union Gaming and it was taken by Ferrum eSports, Jittery was playing by that shield towards construction and bedroom by that doorway. But no, then he became aggressive. Once that C4 popped off, then he pushed in. He found the kill. I mean, he found the first kill for Union Gaming. Then he found another and another, and then he got the final kill of the round. A 4K coming from him. Really, I mean, exceptional stuff from him. Even though UG they lost the initial gunfight, even though UG lost the first gunfight of the round as well, it still turned out very well in their favor. So that was a very very good round coming from the side of Union Gaming. I mean, kudos to Jittery. I mean, only on the shoulders of him did Union Gaming manage to win the round. Otherwise, Ferrum Esports were looking extremely strong.
That is true, actually. I think that what Ferrum will have to do over here is that they'll maybe have to slow down a little bit and maybe realize what they want to really achieve by that round. Because after the first pick of Goyo, I think UG did not lose a single body that round. It was a 4v5 for UG in the start, and it ended with a 4v0. So I think that if UG keeps the pressure like they have, Ferrum will certainly have to make sure that they watch their backs, because the way that UG turned that round around, I get it. Jittery did it with the 4K, and that is not something that you can expect a man to do again and again. But then it's Jittery. The man does it again and again, and that is the whole point that we have to say that watch out for that guy.
This is Jittery taking his revenge from the Jaeger ban. This is like, you banned my favorite operator, take this, take four of my kills. This is Jittery in his pure wrath. But well, again, jokes aside, Jittery performed, like you mentioned. Jittery performed, he delivered, he won the round for Union Gaming. And apart from that, now let's look at a much more major thing. Let's not look at minute details. Let's look at the bigger aspect. Now as we head into round 3, our next round for this matchup, it's we all of us know which objective it is going to be. Since Union Gaming have won both Church, Arsenal and Gym and Bedroom consecutively, they need to go to their third objective, which will be cash and CCTV. Thankfully, I mean, fortunately, unfortunately, even though one of the players of Ferrum disconnected, it's a blessing in disguise, because they can take this time to, like you mentioned, go over their problems, refine their mistakes, and then have better attacks overall, but also to develop a nice plan on how they want to execute onto cache and CCTV. You were mentioning earlier when we were, in rounds 1 and near the operator ban phase as well, how Vamai, even though he has all of his magnets, those can be destroyed, those can be shot easily, etc., etc. Something, things like that. That's what Ferrum will need to focus on immensely right now as we head into round 3. No matter which type of attack they go for, whether they want to, go for, they want to open up CCTV and enter via construction and execute from there, or they want to, open up CCTV and execute via garage. No matter which plan they choose, no matter how they want to execute on the objective, it is going to be very important for them that they take the time over and they think it over before well, executing.
I mean, yes, that is what I was also going to come back to, because Ferrum right now, they're able to take map control really quickly. So that is something that is in their favor. That UG is not able to hold on to map control as late into the round as they would want to. But I think that if UG is able to capitalize on having less map control and still getting away with the win, then I think that Ferrum will have to certainly look at what they're doing right and what they're doing wrong, because there has to be a reason that with so much map control, they're still not able to figure out what they want to do. It could also be down to the fact that they're only having a one-sided push, because even this time, it seemed like they did completely ignore the jacuzzi wall. All right, you had a Maverick, you could maybe have put some holes in the wall, maybe created some kind of a distraction, but all in all, it was still a one-sided push towards logi construction and cash.
Yeah, again, very interesting. Maverick is still chosen by Mighty Ali. He's been playing that operator for the past 3 rounds. But we have seen 2 operator changes, at least on the attack. Envy from the Zofia, he has now chosen the Iana. Major reason I think that is, well, free droning. If Iana, she can use her holograms, and she can just push into the objective, and she can very easily get the information on the attackers as to where they are. And they can quickly find off, they can quickly, I mean, she can get the information, essentially, what I'm trying to say. And of course she has a frag grenades as well. Meanwhile, for Slayer, him from the Hibana, he has chosen the Thermite, another hard breacher. You were mentioning how the excessive ability to choose any hard breacher and the limits that one can achieve with so many hard breachers is endless for both these teams right now. And well, we can see we can see Ferrum putting it to good use.
Well, I think that one thing UG will certainly have to worry about right now is that there are as many grenades on attack as there are flashbangs. And I don't know about you, but if at this point I was a defender who only had to rely on the fact that we might um, be saved by a my magnet, and that too as well, we might get taken out by a nade despite a my magnet being present, because if in case the positioning is not right, you'll still get taken out, and that is going to be a very scary prospect. And as you speak about that, the breach is going to get tricked by Sparko. I am not really sure where that came in from. Maybe the kid Electroclaw is going to be downstairs, but uh, that was certainly a very influential play that came in from this man.
Oh yeah, it was very clutch. Whenever clutch plays are mentioned, it's always either kills, 4Ks, or anything. But in this case, I mean, such an important aspect of that. They've denied the main CCTV breach, and here is where your ideology comes into play. You can see flashbangs and frag grenades being thrown on into the objective. And like you mentioned, for the defenders, it's very scary for them. All the defenders have vacated the CCTV objective. It's completely unoccupied, and well, the attackers are using it to their good use. I mean, a lot of kills have happened, but now that the dust has settled, it is still Ferrum in control. They have the man advantage. All they need to do is breach into the objective. All they need to do is execute into the site. Unfortunately, both of their hard breachers are lost. It's down to their fraggers, their core fraggers, for them to clutch on. Ash has already managed to enter into construction, and she'll be pushing even wider.
Well, yes, and if Sandy peeks this angle, no, it will be Skywalker. He checks the angle first. It's all down to EX7. His angle is already being watched. Will he get the kill? No, he will not. Skywalker, a very good round coming in from this man. A 2K, I believe. And he made sure that Ferrum finally put one round on the board. I think the problem really started with UG. Once that jump out came out from EX7 on the Valk, the frag fest certainly started. One thing that I would say, that UG as a team, they're very coordinated. They're always watching for each other's trades. But the amount of fragging power that Ferrum has, the proximity that they have to each other, making sure that if a player runs out, they do not wait for the trade. They just make sure that they get that kill. And if the player running out has to focus on 3 bodies and 3 guns pointing at him, I do not think that he'll be able to keep his calm, and that is exactly what happened over there.
Oh, most certainly. And now that we head on to, I mean, we were talking about how cache and CCTV would have been very good for Ferrum, since they would have known which objective it was, since they could have planned their attack during the rehost, and it seems like they had a good plan in place. But of course, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face, and well, that happened to Ferrum as well. Of course, I mean it. I mean it. Not.
Yeah.
The word. Oh man,
we get it.
I'm bad with words, man. Never mind. Metaphorically, yes. I seem very weird right now, but of course I meant that Ferrum got punched in the face metaphorically by that run out that came in from EX7, and then things started to fall apart, but they rejoined it. They continued to the situation that had arisen from the round, and they still won the round nonetheless. So apart from that, now we head on to round 4. It's going to be a Church and Arsenal take. UG in brilliant fashion, they won it in round 1, and it seems like they've gone for something very similar right now. I don't see any operator changes as to we were seeing in round 1. Everyone is playing the same defenders as they were previously. The same setup has been done from UG as well. We can still see Sparko playing towards the cache and CCTV area. Meanwhile, Beat will be looking to play near the main stairs as well. And it's the same, essentially it's the same strategy UG has applied. Only question is, how will Ferrum look to counter it? Seems like they have not gone off to a good start.
Well, again, this time it will be Sparko again on the roam. Castle's UMP, not the best gun that you can say DPS wise, but he has been spotted. Envy will be there, and he'll get taken out with a wall bang from Envy. The 552 connecting with the head of the FBI operator. That will be the end of Sparko for this round, but don't worry, I think he'll still be able to contribute a lot with the comms that he has, because we know that UG is a team that really loves to play on intel, and if they're starved of intel, that is when UG struggles. And right now it looks like, intel or not, Ferrum just wants to get the kills.
Oh yes, Ferrum would really like. Look at the operator lineup Ferrum have. They have Ash, of course, with her R4C. I believe that Skywalker is running right now. Mighty playing with the M4. Rhymes with Buck as well, no matter if he's playing the C7E or he's playing the SMG, does not matter. And of course, we have seen the IQ with the 552 getting the kill onto Sparko. So Ferrum are going head in first to get the kills, and well, they are delivering. Skywalker with a brilliant kill onto EX7. He was rotating over the armory, but now he's been shut off. The execute is coming. Beat is in the first line of defense. The two SAS operators, along with Melusi, one of the newest recruits to Team Rainbow Six, they need to keep these attackers at bay, because for now, Ferrum have loads of time on their hands. They have 50 seconds to execute on the objective, and now this is where UG, they might start struggling a bit.
Well, yes, Beat will have a very important job, because if he wants to make sure that his team has a fighting chance, he will have to deny the entire hallway as well as probably main stairs. He does not have a C4, because we saw that got baited out, but Jittery, he will get taken out because Ash has made her way into sight from the rotate that she made with the breaching round. Beat, he will have to spot this. No Sandy. What a shot. He'll get taken out by Rhymes with Buck, and it's all down to Beat now. I mean, at this point, Beat with the SMG, not the best gun that you want to have to get the clutch coming in, but it looks like he will have to make do with whatever he has, because right now, with three very angry attackers, they will have to make sure that this clutch does not come in from this man, and it will not, because Rhymes with Buck knows exactly how to flank this man, and that will be the end of Beat for that round. A Legion mine in his shin, but it will not matter. The C7E is always going to connect when that player is not looking at you.
Yeah, I think one of the main issues for Union Gaming this round really relied on them early on, because it was early round where Ferrum, really showed their dominance, and they really showed they essentially showed their dominance over Union Gaming. And one of the major events that occurred was, well, the death of Sparko towards the cache and CCTV area, because that allowed Ferrum very easy access onto the entirety of the second floor, and then the defenders, the remaining defenders, started backing up as well. If we compare this round to round number 1, the other Church and Arsenal hold that UG had opted for, back then Sparko, he got the opening kill onto Rhymes with Buck. Then later on, during the middle stages of the round as well, he got another kill once again near the cache and CCTV area. I forgot onto which attacker, unfortunately, but he got a kill nonetheless. So he had a double kill, and then he successfully fell back to the objective as well. So Sparko was very, very influential that round in round 1. But now in the previous round, round 4, I mean, he was tamed. He couldn't do a lot. He was killed very early on by Envy, that nice wall bang that he made with the 552 commando. And after that, the remaining defenders, they just needed to concede back into the objective, and they needed to play by the bomb site, which as well did not work very well for their side. So an unfortunate turn of events happened for Union Gaming. It all started with this one kill that Envy got, and then it spiraled on and on, further and further, becoming more and more disappointing for Union Gaming as the round went on. But now we move on. It's a new day. It's a new round. It's going to be a gym and bedroom hold coming from the side of UG.
Well, yes, it will be a gym and bedroom round again, and last time it was Jittery in this spot that popped off, but this time it will be the end of EX7 Envy getting the frag yet again. So the man, he has been doing a lot, but he'll be getting into a gunfight with Jittery very soon. Will he land the shot? He will, and that will be the end of the Wamai as well. So if and when there have been any Wamai magnets that have been placed by Jittery, they will probably be the only last piece of utility that we'll be using, as the Cade charge from the IQ scanner will get spotted by Envy and possibly dispatched very, very soon as well.
So I'd say that Union Gaming, they aren't looking the best right now. I mean, two of their major fraggers, both Jittery and EX7, are gone off the board, like you mentioned. Of course, everyone in UG can frag. That's not an understatement, that's just a statement. It's the truth. But in this scenario, look at the situation that's arisen over here. More than half the round is left. Ferrum already have cache control. Ferrum are in the outskirts of the objective by the windows and all. They are aggressing onto the objective. I mean, look at Skywalker, man. This guy has no sense of, fear or anything. He's pushing in. He has the grenade launcher in his hands, and yet he's pushing in because he knows he can rely on himself. He knows he can rely on his teammates to get the kills. And well, certainly that is the truth.
Well, yes, and that will definitely be the truth as a flawless round comes out from the side of Ferrum. Skywalker, the person, I mean, look at that. That is a single mag. He gets one person, gets the Valcam, gets the second and the last player on the side of UG. That is the level of skill that these players have. And unfortunately for UG, they will have to take a beating. And Clubhouse is one of their strongest maps. And Ferrum right now is showing that they do have chinks in their armor.
Oh yes, yeah, and that is very true as well. And one of the chinks in the armor is going to be the aspect of frags. And I mean, no matter what happens in the round, early round, mid round, even towards the latter stages of the round, no matter who gets kills, somehow it's still Ferrum Esports who are winning for the past three consecutive rounds. We look at rounds 2 and 5, which were both gym and bedroom both gym and bedroom defenses coming from Union Gaming. Envy got the opening kill, once onto Sandy, once onto EX7. The times at which he got the opening kill, they don't even matter. Once he got on, I mean, it doesn't matter, regardless of that. But then in rounds 3 and 4, which were Cash and CCTV and Church and Arsenal defenses, again, different objectives, it was actually EX7 and Jittery who got opening kills, yet UG ended up losing somehow. So it really states the fact that, no matter how hard UG are trying, no matter what they're trying to achieve, whether it's with their kills, whether it's with their late rounds and their roams, it's just failing for them. And it's been failing on all three different objectives. They've lost on Cash and CCTV once, they've lost on Church and Arsenal once, and they've lost on Gym and Bedroom once. So it's not looking very, very good for them right now.
I agree with you because it looks like that UG, though they got off to a really strong start the first time, looks like over time they have kind of just become a little slower with what things, with what Ferrum looks to be doing. And as we speak about that again, it will be in getting rid of Sparko. I'm not very certain where this time the kill has come in, but it looks like it will not matter because the castle will be off the board. I'm actually not certain where that kill was. There is a punch hole, but there is no body to corroborate the kill.
Sparko has vanished. He gone. Boom. But yeah, for this, okay, Jittery takes the revenge, and now UG are still looking in the fight. They're looking like they haven't given up all hope, and they're fighting. But although look at this, we just saw Jittery along with Beat fall back into the objective. Why is this important? Well, UG implemented a huge SSG roam. The major reason for that roam is to waste as much time as possible. Of course, kills are always very, very positive, and in this case, it's a positive scenario that UG has created for themselves with the 4v3 situation arising right now. But yet you can see how much map control Ferrum have. Half the round is gone and already the attackers are moving in towards the basement objective. All Ferrum needs to do is open the hatches right now, and then they can execute onto the side. But there's one stone in their shoes, and that's going to be EX7 on the second floor.
Well, yes, if he is not spotted right now, he might be able to pull off a very big flank, but this, in fact, might just give away his position. He'll spot the Maverick as well, and Mighty Ali completely unaware about the fact that 2 impacts have in fact been used against him, as a C4 will get tossed by Beat. Will it connect? No, it will not. The Hibana will walk away with her life. Rhymes with Buck, meanwhile, will pick up one kill for himself. So that will be a little bit of a better situation for Ferrum to be in, because this is going to be the last round before the split. If any team wants to walk away with an advantage or lessen the damage that they have done for themselves, it'll have to be right now. Hibana will take the bait of shooting onto that punch hole. That will tell Jittery that there is a player inside Moto, and that will again be the play that he will try to make.
Oh yes, he needs to make that play right now because, well, Ferrum Esports, now it's them who are looking very, very desperate. They need to be the aggressive over here. All the UG players need to do, all the defenders need to do is be passive. You can see the angle Beat is holding over here. It's going to be in deep army execute, but it has been completely dismantled. It's all down to Slayer. The support player doesn't have any ammo in his guns. He'll be pushing, but he'll be stopped. And Union Gaming stopped the train that Ferrum Esports were building up over the course of the previous 3 rounds. They win a round, they end their defense on Clubhouse with a 3-3 split. In my opinion, that's not very positive, but to counteract that, again, once we had seen Ferrum versus UG on the 18th of October in another tournament back then as well. I mean, these two teams were cutthroat with each other. I believe there was only one time that a team had a two-round lead. Otherwise, it was very very close. It was only one team just leading in the rounds, and then finally UG got the victory by again by one round. So it shows that history proves both these teams correct. They are very very close with each other, regardless of who's attacking and who's defending.
I agree with you because it looks like UG took some time to get used to was the aggression that Ferrum was bringing to the table, but it looks like Ferrum was just ready from the get-go. The second that they understood that hey, UG is just trying to hold on to areas that we do not really need to care about, Ferrum just went in for this throat directly. They did not care about which rooms, what players they were roaming. They did not care about what player was playing where. They just made sure that hey, that maybe this player is going to be playing alone. Let's just go get this kill. And that is exactly what happened. Invi was getting the opening flag for so many rounds, especially that his kill relation with Sparko, where the first opening kill was in fact always going to Envy onto Sparko. So that was something that would have hurt Union Gaming a little bit. But then at the same time, I feel that Union Gaming will be able to understand better from this. But it looks like Dirt will in fact be completely soft. And it's too late for any one of the defenders to go and reinforce it. I'm not certain whether they know that this is going to be soft right now and no attacker is close to it. But it looks like Jittery has already made his entry on the other side of the map as Valk will look to make a hasty runaway.
Playing the Jackal, this really reminds me of UC versus Mrcz in the close qualifiers. And what reminds me of that as well is a lot of kills that were dropped, and kills will be dropped here as well. Rhymes with Buck, such an exceptional fragger, but unfortunately right now he just couldn't land his shots perfectly as he wanted. If this was a successful kill for Valkyrie, I mean it would have helped Ferrum immensely, but now the domino effect starts. Envy goes off, Mighty goes off, and before you know it, 1 minute into the round, Ferrum are looking very, very weak. They are looking as weak as Russia in the Battle of Tsushima against Japan.
Well, that's your thermite of the board, so that might be a consolation. But if you have side control and a diffuser, it will not matter too much. Slayer just about escaping from that line of sight that was being held by Sledge. But it looks like Jittery will be the person who will make things worse because Skywalker is going to hit the floor with his back to the wall. Slayer gets one. Will he be able to get a second? Yes, he will. He will be able to go in for the revive as well. But there's a player coming down from main stairs. Will Slayer be able to get this kill? Looks like it will be a little longer, but no. It's going to be Beat coming in from the dirt tunnel, who will put an end to the menace that Slayer started off. I mean, that was a very good play. I think he could have gone in for the revive the first time he attempted it and possibly walked away with a win as well, and maybe even a clutch.
Yes, that could have been a huge possibility. I mean, if Slayer had pulled that clutch, it would have meant literally everything to Ferrum Esports. In the previous round, he wasn't in round six. He was the final person remaining. He was the Hibana. He wasn't able to clutch the round back then. But if in this round he could have done it, I mean, Ferrum would have gone really bonkers. They would have been in the lead and they would have been looking exceptionally strong. But apart from that, there's still hope for them. I mean, I say hope for them. I mean, there's more than enough of a possibility that Ferrum will end up winning the match. There's a good chance that it will occur. Why? Because, well, they are defending now. It's the second half. They know how UG kind of attacks because again, like you were mentioning, UG versus Mrcz in the close qualifier finals. That's when UG, gave one of their best performances ever, and UG played Clubhouse a lot in the close qualifiers against Monka S, against eSports, against Mrcz. I believe in other tournaments as well, they've played Clubhouse a lot. I'm not sure. I don't think I have the records of them playing in the TC and other tournaments, but okay, apart from that, my point being, UG have played a lot of Clubhouse and Ferrum will know how to counter it. Only thing is they need to act on all of that. But before Ferrum act on it, we will be taking a small rehost for now. A slight disconnection has happened on the side of Union Gaming, and well, they have called for their one and only rehost.
Well, it looks like we will be going in for a rehost. So let's go over what has happened before the split, because it was not your regular thing that happened in the game. The first two rounds, they were a clean sweep for UG. Like, it was as if Ferrum didn't show up. And then the second that the rehost was taken on the side of level 0, and after that we came in for the rehost, it suddenly seemed like it was all Ferrum, and it was all Ferrum, and there was no UG to show up.
Again, it ties into the fact that, first of all, how well prepared are the teams against their opponents, like how thoroughly have Ferrum studied UG and vice versa. But more importantly, what exact new things are teams bringing on the table. This is something we were talking about before the games had started, in the pre-stage of the tournament. We were talking about which teams will be looking to hide strats, or which team will be looking to bring something exceptionally new to the table, and elaborating on that topic as well. UG, for their side, they're bringing normal things. They're bringing their tried and tested attacks and defenses, and I think that's why Ferrum were able to sort of counter it for a small period of 3 rounds in the first half. They exactly realized that UG are going for their defenses on each and every objective like they always do. There was no change. I mean, if we look at I'll give an example. Rounds 1, 4 and 6 were all church and arsenal defenses coming from UG. No operator changes, no changes in their setup, and no changes in their executions and their playstyle. That allowed Ferrum to counter the Church and Arsenal setup in round 4. Sadly, yes, they lost in round 6, but yeah, that was the late round. That was the kill that EX7 got onto Maverick from Logi office. So apart from that as well, my point being, UG are playing very, I wouldn't say repetitive, not stagnant, but they are playing the same. They are playing their tried and tested methods, and it's not working out for them very well. It did not work out earlier, and yeah, there's a possibility that Ferrum can counter it even further.
Yes, I agree with you, because it looks like Ferrum hit rock bottom in the especially the last basement attack that was happening. So I think that with that out of the way, we can see maybe either Ferrum is going to understand what is really happening with uh, the way that they want to defend, and also it could be something that we will just get along with as the game goes on, because right now they will be going back to a cash side defense. Again, it was a rehost. Both teams have used their rehost. They will have to go in for the same ops, the same site, and the same 6 pick. And so with that, I think that this will be a very interesting round.
Certainly so. Because now UG, they are attacking. It's going to be a new objective. I want to see what Ferrum bring on the board. Again, this is where the Jaeger ban will hurt sort of them as well. They have been bringing Maverick. They brought Maverick previously in their Church and Arsenal hold, and now for cash and CCTV as well. It's once again Mighty Ali who will be playing that operator to waste as much time of the attackers as possible, and as much utility of the attackers as possible as well. But well, apart from that, all operator selection aside, all setups aside as well, this is going to be another very, very influential round, I must say. Because if we look at the round history that has happened so far, currently the score is 4-3 in favor of Union Gaming. If they win this round, then they'll be one round away from securing overtime. They'll be very, very close, extremely close to actually winning the matchup and proceeding forward in the tournament. Meanwhile, if Ferrum win the round, then it's going to be it's going to be a tied round, and shows that Ferrum are still in the mix. More so, it will show that Ferrum are quite good on cash and CCTV no matter how the round ends. And since the fact that they can pick cash and CCTV once again later on as the rounds proceed, then it will mean that Ferrum can secure more and more rounds for their side. So yeah, essentially it's going to be a very important round, both for Ferrum and Union Gaming. That's all I want to say. No matter how the round plays out, no matter which team wins, they are going to be very ecstatic with themselves.
I think that what I am really interested in seeing in the defense of Ferrum right now is that they've extended it towards bedroom, right? There you go. The Cade has reinforced one wall, and he might just be going in for the second one. Yes, he is. So it looks like they are trying to hold on to a two-sided front, and the only thing that I'm worried about honestly, is that Vamai is playing in Garage. So assuming that he uses all of his utility to prevent himself getting naded, uh, all these shields towards the side of construction as well as in green box and cash, they're just going to be easy nade targets. And as we know that UG is a team that they are, I mean, how many? That's 4 nades that they're running, as well as yep, 3 flashbangs and 2 smokes on Jittery and Sandy. So they have more than enough to burn the utility on the side of Union Gaming. And if they are not able to figure how they want to hold on to this with the shields, I think they might just get naded and die to possibly the Goyo shields.
I just want to elaborate on that more, talking about the attacker utility as well. One thing that might be risky, it's going to be very, very high risk, high reward for Union Gaming, is them just straight up executing onto the objective, not clearing out the roamers, just, entering into cache and CCTV. Like you mentioned with the flashbangs and smokes, they can pull off a CSGO style execute, blocking off doorways and pathways and flashing the opponents, using the frag grenades to destroy the utility. They can execute there, and then the roamers won't even matter because, well, you have control of the site. It will create this sort of exigency in the objective that the roamers will have no choice but to fall back, and then you can catch them from these afterplant angles and these afterplant situations. So for UG, it's a very, very unconventional attack if they opt for it, just attacking the objective directly. However, like I've mentioned previously, it's very high risk but very high reward as well.
That is true, and right now it looks like UG is having a little bit of a problem with the breach, as the Cade charge has been placed on the other side of the red wall, and that grenade from Beat is not going to do anything, as Rhymes with Buck will start things off. Jittery does get the trade for his teammate, but it looks like it will be the disadvantage on the side of Union Gaming. Jittery is very, very low on HP. He'll look to do some remodeling, but I believe that was a team nade that came in, as Jittery will get taken out by Slayer. Sparko has made his way into the garage as he will look to open the wall up. So this is when the match is going to get interesting. 10 seconds left on the board. The breach is open. Slayer takes out one as the run out comes out from the Melusi, and that will put Sparko on the floor. It's all down to Sandy. It will not matter. Envy collects the free kill with the Pokeball of its own, and that will be the end of Sparko and UG for this round. So again, the score is going to be equalized between Ferrum and UG with a score of 4-4.
Ferrum eSports, squaring things off. I mean, they're looking exceptionally well right now in their defenses. This was one of the much better instances of them. If you compare this defense to round 7, the Chochin Arsenal take, we are going to say these are two different teams, because the way Ferrum played Cash and CCTV, I mean, one of the major highlights was certainly the Cade Electroclaws, and how till 50 seconds, I mean, till the entire round, essentially, it denied all aspects of hard breaching to Union Gaming. They needed to go for a garage execute, which was, I think, that was one of the initial plans as well, because I'm sure that UG did not want to tackle the extension Ferrum had installed towards the bedroom and gym side. They don't wanted to clear out all those rumors as well. They had all those vertical angles as well. It did not work out for them. Good for Ferrum that that healthy frag grenade came in and it downed Jittery, and Slayer picked up the final kill. But apart from that as well, the vertical aspect was completely denied for Union Gaming since Jittery had died. He did get a few kills. He got a few utilities. He got a lot of utility destroyed to his team. That was good. But at the end of the day, he was killed, and that was the biggest thing that mattered. Forced all of UG to come towards to execute from garage side and to try and win over there, but then the run out came in. That's where the roamers was especially handy for Ferrum eSports, since not clearing out those roamers was enough a mistake in itself for UG, and well, before you know it, the round was over. So essentially, my point being, UG needs to be extremely careful of how they want to continue with more and more rounds as time goes on, because now we are nearing the end of the matchup. 4 more rounds, if possibly 4 more rounds, we might see in overtime, and then things will get extremely heated. Then it's going to be the most minute of mistakes that can possibly cause teams to lose the round, and well, maybe even the match. And again, this is do or die. This is a best of one. Whoever loses this, well, yeah, they'll be out of the tournament.
Well, I'll tell you what will not help Ferrum right now. That's the disconnection that comes in. And Vamai will get spotted as well. Envy not looking and paying attention to where the push is coming in, as Maestro will be the other person who will. Sorry, it'll be Slayer who takes a little bit of damage, but now Maestro will have to make sure that he can get this 1v5 clutch in. He does have the best gun for it. He spots Sandy and put an end to him. Sledge is going to get spotted as well, as he will take a lot of damage from that Alda, but Beat with the M4 will be there on the gym window to make sure that is going to be the end of the clutch right before it even started. And unfortunately for Ferrum, they do not have a rehost for themselves. Both these teams have used their rehosts, and they will have to continue with without a fifth, in fact, till he is able to reconnect eventually. So UG capitalizing on that, a quick rush coming in. I mean, it almost felt like Ferrum was not sure whether the prep phase had ended or not. The way that Sandy just walked into construction cash and got Vamai, it did not seem like Ferrum was ready, in fact, for the round to start. Maybe it could be because of the fact they were distracted and maybe were talking to Rhymes with Buck about what is happening with him, because he eventually did disconnect.
Defenders, protect
And
your bombs from being
I think
defused by
maybe
attackers.
that could be one reason, but again, it's all speculation at this point.
Yeah, it's circumstantial as to what exactly happened with Ferrum. You know, like you mentioned, all we can do is speculate and think that something went wrong. Of course, something did go wrong. But yeah, there's no point talking about the past. You know, the only good thing for Ferrum mainly is to look into the future. Possibly either waste enough time of the attackers and to have as much time as possible in order for Rhymes with Buck to come back and for them to play on a level
10
field,
seconds
since
remaining.
like you mentioned, they cannot take a rehost right now, or they can try and make the most of this
5
situation with
seconds
4 people. It's very difficult winning with 4 people, even more so when you're defending
are
on a
moving out
huge
to
map
locate
like
a bomb
Clubhouse
and defuse
that really relies on a lot of map control for both attackers and defenders. You know, it's extremely useful for attackers when they can execute onto the objective knowing full well that there is no defender who can flank them, knowing all they need to do is look straight, look into the bomb site and play. And yeah, with one of the defenders already being off the board, that play will only get easier and easier for Union Gaming, as all they need to do is well look into the objective. None of the Ferrum players are playing any roam. You know, all they are doing, maximum they are playing is offside. They are just outside of the objective, hoping to get kills, and in this case catching the attackers off guard was a good play. Mighty unfortunately taken out, so a refrag does come in. 2 kills do happen, but at the end of the day, UG are still looking quite well. They have lost one of their hard beachers, but they have 2 more of it. So I'd say that UG still are looking very capable of winning this round.
Well, looks like Mozzie has picked up another drone as Rhyme with Buck has reconnected. So maybe the next round will be something that Ferrum will have to make sure that they take, because right now, if Union Gaming are able to take this round, which looks like they will be able to, they will set at match point. And as I believe that Slayer, no, that was in fact Skywalker who was playing that aggressive angle, peeking into blue. He'll look away at the wrong moment, and the timing in Siege is going to be the perfect. EX7 just gets another one for himself and an ace for the man. It was a 4K, but he took out every single player of Ferrum, and he will put Union Gaming on match point, guarantee themselves overtime, and possibly look to finish it off at this particular round.
All right, and now we have mentioned the most recent head-to-head of UG versus Ferrum that was happened in the finals of the Villager Esports tournament on the 18th of October. That was the most recent. Mind you, these teams, like we mentioned, they've had a long history of competing against each other. And there was another instance where they had played against each other. It was a best of 3 in the lower bracket of the Colorful Bangladesh tournament. What had happened there was, over there, UG, I mean, they still ended up winning that map on Clubhouse in that best of 3 7-5 against Ferrum, who back then were known as Level 0 Esports. But Sadly,
Attackers need to
UG
locate and
lost the
defuse
best
as
of
many
3.
bombs as
They
they
lost
can.
Coastline and they lost Cafe 8-7. And now for UG to, well, first of all, win 8-7 against Clubhouse in the previous head-to-head against Ferrum and possibly win by an even larger margin over here. It's a very huge storyline for UG to come true. It's a revenge plotline that I'm sure they had been planning for the past God knows how many weeks and possibly even months. But with all that being said, they are just an inch closer. They are a round closer to relegating Ferrum eSports out of the tournament themselves to be moving on into the into the semi-finals as well.
I mean, yes, it looks like at this point Ferrum will certainly have to pull a rabbit out of the hat because
Attackers are moving out to
right
locate a
now,
bomb
though
and
these
defuse
teams
it.
have been going toe to toe every single round and they do manage to get, as you say, equalizing rounds one after another. At this point, it will not matter because if Ferrum picks up this round, and tries to live on to the same expectation that they'll be able to do that, UG will just take the other round and that will put them at 7. So now Ferrum will have to make sure that they pick both rounds without giving a single round to UG, because if UG does manage to do that, that will be the end of them. As Mrcz, I believe, was very close to getting tagged
Attackers have
by the
located a bomb.
Thermite's gun, but it looks like he'll be able to make his way out, and it seems like there is a push. Yup, that was Jittery. I believe he was sneaking in to red stairs, and that is where he will get taken out. Yep, he had made his way into sight and was taken out right there. So a sneaky play coming in, but unfortunately for the Jackal, not working out. Not the start that UG would have wanted, but Sandy is going to spot the Mrcz and put a quick end to him. There's another peek coming in, but Goyo, the Slayer, is going to win that, and he will live up to his name and get rid of Sandy. So now Union Gaming having the disadvantage. A lot of time has been spent, but it looks like this can still go either way.
Oh, surely it can go either way as well. And UG, they were relying on the BDS win method of sending one of their players down, up red hallway and getting the frag. For BDS, it's LMsh. In this case, it was Jittery, both exceptional fraggers as well. But I'd like to point to something else as well. Another very important point that you were talking about. I'd like to further elaborate on that, which was Ferrum getting 2 consecutive rounds and then winning, because this has happened before. Again, in that 8-7 Ferrum versus UG that had happened on the 18th of October, Ferrum were down 2 rounds. It was the same score, 6-4, but then Ferrum won 2 rounds. They brought it into overtime. Sadly, yes, they did lose, but it shows that history might repeat itself and Ferrum might bring it into overtime. But well, if history can repeat itself, it needs to happen right now. Otherwise, Ferrum, they need to pull a hat out of a rabbit.
I mean, pulling a hat out of a rabbit, I don't know about that, but yes, a rabbit out of a hat, that is something that they will have to do, because a 3v3, make it a 3v2. It looks like Union Gaming just wants to end this. Slayer will be stuck in a corner. Rhymes with Buck going to be the other player that he has with him. He will get spotted, go in for a very risky rotate. Will he spot the player? Rhymes with Buck is going to help his teammate. He spots the sledge. Will he get the kill? Yes, he will. And that will now make Sparko the only one left in his 1v2. Will he get the kill? No, he will not. Slayer with the Vector 45 ACP, that blazing fast RPM of 1200, that is going to make sure that in this close range gunfight, the 5.56 does not even hold a candle to that gun. And that will be the end of Union Gaming. Maybe Ferrum is just looking to delay the inevitable, but I'm not really certain about that. I would want to see an overtime come in, but then again, it will all depend whether UG is able to close the game out in this round or not.
Now is where it's like you mentioned, delay the inevitable. I have to agree with you on that, because now that Ferrum, they have so far, not counting the round we are seeing right now, round 11, they have defended 5 total rounds. Out of those 5 rounds, they've chosen cash and CCTV as their bomb site twice. They've won cash and CCTV both of those
Attackers
times.
need to locate
Yet
and defuse
they have
bombs.
chosen Church and Arsenal twice. They've lost both of the times, and they've chosen Gym and Bedroom once. They lost there as well. So for them, in a way, it's a lost cause. Had they chosen Church and Arsenal, they would have statistically lost. Had they chosen Gym and Bedroom, they would have statistically lost. Going by that logic, since they have chosen Gym and Bedroom, and seeing that usually it's history does repeat itself. In this case, I have to say that it's going to be Union Gaming clutching it out 7-5. I believe UG will end up winning this round. Do I want Ferrum to prove me wrong? Absolutely. I want this match to go into an overtime. I mean, it's going to be very exciting. Starting off the tournament with an overtime match between these two teams. I mean, what better start could anyone have asked for?
Exactly. I think the single round that they've lost at Gym and Bedroom could also be chalked down to a disconnection that came in from Buck. I mean, it certainly did look like the team was discussing what happened to his with himself in the game, and I think that was why Cash and Construction Control was given up so easily. But then again, that's something in the past. That is something that you do not have to think about right now. What Ferrum really needs to think about is how much they want this win, because if they are not able to walk away with this round, they will be in a whole lot of trouble. Invi's Valcam will get spotted out by Beat and get taken out very easily. So it looks like this is going to be a split push again, as Sparko is going to open construction and Jittery will be the person on repel. He will prevent any fallbacks that are coming in from the players of Ferrum at this point, and it seems like essentially construction has been cut out completely for the side of Ferrum.
Yes, and Union Gaming, they've played this smart. They've realized that, Cash and CCTV otherwise would have been a little more difficult to contest had they just been pushing in from one side, which would have been, the CCTV area. But now that they have opened up construction, they've literally shut off all access and all rotations for the players. And now even more so, they've completely smoked it off. So they have free reign over so many aspects of construction. There's only one player playing towards logistics, that is Slayer. We just witnessed, he's holding the angle onto the hatch. He can be the turning point. He can be the win condition Ferrum are looking for, because he's going to be the front line of defense. Already one attacker is there on the roof, but no, Jittery will find Slayer, and possibly UG will find Ferrum in a very tough spot right now.
Well, yes, and as the Inox is going to be used to track the Valkyrie, that will make life a little bit difficult for him as well. EX7 will get rid of Skywalker, so that will be your bandit off the board. But Valk is already getting pinged, and that will be the end of Ranjit Buck as well. And Sparko gets to the Thermite is certainly become the Fragmite, and he will directly run in to go in for the plant. It is all down to Invi in a 1v4. He will have to make sure that he clutches this out, otherwise his team is not going to be surviving to see the light of day in this tournament. The jump comes in and Jittery will finish it off for Union Gaming, and that's it. GGs are going to be dropped in chat as we will see the first match come to an end. It will be Ferrum who will be taken out by Union Gaming. UG taking this map of Clubhouse with a score of 7-5. A very, very good game coming into play, and it looks like it was a very good start for this tournament.
Oh, certainly, certainly. I mean, it was an exceptional start. The final kill, Jittery jumping over Envy and getting the kill. And for the final round, Union Gaming jumping over Ferrum and getting the victory to proceed further in the tournament. They'll be heading into the semi-finals, where I believe they will be competing against the winners of our next game, which is going to be Kira eSports versus ESM. Of course, we'll talk about that game later. But for now, I mean, Dr. Dang, talk about, this was an exceptional match we just witnessed. This was amazing. We just saw coming out from both these teams.
Yes, that was certainly a very good game that came out from both these teams. Ferrum, I think they would be a little disappointed. They were the winners of this particular tournament, the last time that it was here back then when they were called Level 0. They bet Reckoning eSports in the finals, but it looks like their reign as champions will be coming to an end because they have been knocked out in the first quarterfinals of the Skyesports Championship 2.0. So with that, we will be taking a short break as we will be looking to get the other two teams into the lobby, which is going to be eSamurai eSports taking on Kira eSports. Don't go anywhere because we will be back very soon on the other side of this break with another cracker of a game.
Ain't no love like a real love, but it goes so fast. All tied up like a captive. I'm on to you. Used to pay to my life, standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I haven't felt this in ages, and I've no more patience. So won't you please stay? making me strong. Stay a bit longer. You're making me stronger, making me stronger. You're stronger.
Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. 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 You cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now.
what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, and if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to see, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a, yeah.
I'm on my own, broken and alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Don't stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me, that's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me, hold your hand while the pain was over, keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me.
And do you see you got me falling in more times than I can get out. Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, how long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, trying so hard not to keep you, to keep you. How long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Trying so hard not to keep you, to keep you. say it like that. If I hate you, then find someone new. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill.
Never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. Going with the gut, never had a doubt, felt like this is just a must. Put me in perspective, I'm the deepest in the cut. Everybody tuning in, but this is just for us now. We know I ain't ballin' yet, hoes wanna holler, oh no, I don't call them back. Girl, let me see you hold it down, we gon' have a blast. Cause I just wanna know what you gonna do with all of that. Ain't gotta say a word, I know what's up. You can have it all, watch me rip it off. I'll admit it, you got me feeling hella loved. Even when it's going down, know that we gon' live it up. Young shot caller, always been a baller. Know that you the one, I can feel it in my heart. Yeah, I won't stop charging, we going come harder. I can see you and I, way beyond the stars, girl. I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. It feels right.
So, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We had a little bit of a long break this time. We were still waiting for some of the teams to make their way into the lobby. There were some changes that we had to do, but at the end of the day, we are almost ready for this. So, CCV, how are you feeling about both these teams, Kira Esports as well as eSamurai?
I'm very, very excited. And more than that, I am excited for different reasons. Usually when we see teams play, I mean, the best example given is a UG versus Ferrum that we just witnessed. We were talking about how they had played two best of threes, best of ones before, very, very recently as well against each other. And now they're competing over here. So there's a long history between both these teams. And, now they're competing in this tournament. But for Kira and ESM, especially since the new rosters have come in for both these teams, there hasn't been a lot of plays. I mean, there hasn't been any game that Kira versus ESM has happened. There was supposed to be once in most recently in the Villager Esports tournament. Kira Esports versus ESM was supposed to happen, but sadly that day ESM did not have enough players and Kira got a 7-0 forfeit victory. So that was a match that could have happened, but unfortunately did not. Apart from that, I don't see any recent results of both these teams playing against each other. So there's a lot of uncertainty heading into this matchup.
Well, I would actually beg to differ. There have been quite a few games in recent history between Kira and ESM. As a matter of fact, one of the most recent ones was as recent as yesterday, I believe, because ESM and Kira, in fact, played in the Taiwan League. And yeah, that was one game that happened. And apart from that, I think we have seen both these teams face off against each other in one or two more games. So, irrespective of that, it does not matter at this point. What will matter is whether one team is going to trump the other in the tournament that we are in right now, which will have to be something that both these teams eventually will have to come to terms with, because if they do not, and they are not able to figure out how they want to beat their opponents, or they have not counter started them, they will be in for a huge surprise, because Kira, we know for a fact, is a very strong team. Death Hammer as well as Avim and Athar, very strong players. In addition to that, they have Rats as well as Rattler, who are extremely good gunners. While talking about ESM, they are a team that has been a little shaky in recent history. But I think at the same time, the way that ESM has been playing for a lot longer, as well as having the fact that they do have a very good IGL in Faktoon Kid, is going to be something that will be very interesting to see how it pans out.
Yes, and yeah, I think both these teams have had good journeys in other tournaments as well. My apologies, I didn't know about the Taiwan Excellence Gaming Cup that had happened recently, where Kira and ESM met against each other. But apart from that, the individual journeys that both these teams have had is quite well. ESM, I think most recently in one of their results, they were the table toppers in Division 2 of the TEC. Meanwhile, for Kira, I think they were spot number 4 in Division 1, if memory serves me correct. Apart from that, ESM came second in the ROG tournament. Just they lost to L2K in the finals, and Kira as well had performed quite well in the tournament. So my point being that yeah, though I forgot about the head-to-heads these teams have had, individual performances in different tournaments and in different leagues has been quite well for both ESM and Kira. And apart from that, there are recent new recruits that both these teams have taken as well. First, looking over the ESM lineup today, I believe we'll be seeing a new recruit that is going to be Mojo. He used to play for Never Diamonds, then he dipped for a while, and now he has reappeared under the ESM banner. Meanwhile, for Kira Esports, they have taken him Avim, well, from ESM as well. Avim used to play for eSamurai Esports, and now he's went back to his former team, which is Kira.
Well, that will certainly be very interesting, because now I would say that both these teams know how each other play, and they will certainly be expecting a lot of things from each other. So it will be very interesting, because once you play with a particular team for a long amount of time, you know how they play, you know how they react to certain situations, you know their flaws, you know their strengths. So I think that when teams play into each of that, it will be very interesting, and it will at the same time be extremely exciting to see, because both these teams will know what is happening and will be able to react to it at a moment's notice, I believe, as well.
Certainly so. And for now, I mean, still we are still on the topic of the teams which are playing, and more specifically the players which are playing in the teams as well. And like you were mentioning earlier, that under the guidance of Pakhtoon Kid, ESM will play. Sadly, today it seems like, sorry, sadly today it seems like Pakhtoon Kid will not be playing. Instead, a substitute that's going to be Cypher will be brought out from E Samurai. So yeah, again, this ties in very well to the fact that both Kira and ESM are going through very recent roster changes, mind you. I think the new recruit in ESM Mojo is just from is about a week ago. It is a week ago, and in Kira Esports as well, the newest recruit Avim, he also joined. He joined back Kira, I'd say a week or 2 weeks prior.
Yes, I think that Avim has joined quite recently, and I would say that that will be very interesting because they are looking very strong with him back in the team. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it will depend whether they are able to hold up to, I mean, if they're able to hold up to the expectations that these players have, and will they be able to hold on to the fact that they are, you know, one of the teams that people are expecting a lot from.
Yeah, I think the expectation is really amounting a lot, especially on Kira Esports as well, because this Kira Esports almost relegated and almost eliminated Union Gaming out of the South Asian Nationals, the infamous best of three that had taken place over there as well. But yeah, no matter what the final result was, over there early on, one motive was very, very clear that Kira won't be stopping anytime soon. And if we recall that best of three, we had seen three maps play out. We saw against Union Gaming and Kira Esports in the South Asian Nationals. That's what I'm referring to. So back then, we saw Clubhouse, we saw Villa and Theme Park. Kira Esports defeated Union Gaming, the team we just saw right now back then, with a 7-3 score. And now they are up against ESM on, well, again, on Clubhouse. It's going to be another Clubhouse we are seeing. So for Kira, it's a very, very strong map. In recent history, a few of the times they've only suffered defeat to Mrcz once or twice in, I mean, very, very early on, in August, 23rd of August, they had lost to Mrcz once on Clubhouse in the TC League. Then they lost to Mrcz in the Colorful Bangladesh tournament as well. I don't have a lot of recollection on the recent results of Kira Esports on Clubhouse, the tournaments that they have been playing, unfortunately. But apart from that, judging by the South Asian national results, I can surely say that Kira are looking extremely strong, and even more strong with the new recruit that they have.
I think yes, Kira. So I feel that Kira has the edge because ESM has also shuffled their roster quite a bit, and the difference being that ESM's roster is going to be players who have probably not played too much with each other. I mean, Shalker, Mojo, and Mike have played in ND before, but then Cypher was in fact in Team Heat and has now joined ESM. So it looks like it'll be mostly. A new team that is playing together as ESM. While on the other hand, Kira, though Avim, yes, is going to be a new recruit for them technically, but at the same time he has played with the team for quite a bit, and in fact in the last major qualifiers that happened where Kira actually did make it to the majors, he was in their team. So it looks like Kira will be playing as an older squad together versus ESM. So again, the interactions between each other as players and as IGLs and as fraggers and everything is certainly going to go in the favor of Kira Esports. While ESM will have to make sure that their comms are going to be picture perfect, because if they are not, their coordination will obviously be at a disadvantage, and that is something that Kira will certainly look to take, as you can say, an advantage at.
And this is going to be a matchup that is going to affect both these teams outside of this tournament as well, because yeah, of course, I mean, this tournament, I mean, further on in this tournament, the winner of this matchup will compete against Union Gaming, one of, if not the best team right now in the region. So that's certainly riding on the shoulders. But in other tournaments as well, I believe, like you had mentioned, both Kira and ESM will still continue to play the TGC tournament. If I am correct, I think Monka S won the first qualifiers of that. So it looks like, they will play, possibly they'll play against each other as well, and vice versa. Meanwhile, I think in the TC League as well, ESM now winning Division 2, being on the tabletops, will head into Division 1. They'll be promoted, and they will compete against Kira Esports possibly in the future, and even more and more tournaments as they start to popping up, or even previously going on tournaments. Essentially, my point being that both these teams, now is the time for them to start building a repertoire against each other. I don't think Kira or ESM will have any more recruits, no matter what position they sit in right now, no matter how they, no matter what which players they have taken, which players have left the teams, etc., etc. This roster is going to stay the same for both Kira and ESM. They need to get comfortable as well. For Kira, like you mentioned, I think they are already quite comfortable having an older teammate in Avim playing with them right now. Meanwhile, for ESM, they need to adapt. They need to be a little more acclimated to this new roster, and they need to acclimate fairly quickly, since, like we mentioned, in this tournament, I mean, it's do or die. If ESM lose today, they'll be out of the tournament as well. And in other tournaments, if they start losing more and more, then the pressure will be mounting up on them as time goes on.
That is true, in fact, because though they may accept the fact and swallow the fact that they were a new team and were unable to hold a candle to, say, Kira today, but over time, if that thing continues, it will just add on pressure, as you said, and that will not be something. That will not be something that ESM would really want to have, because at the end of the day, if you keep losing, it is just going to add more and more pressure for yourself.
That is very, very true. And not just for yourself, personally, of course, inside the players, there is the psychological aspect that all of us have to consider. But team wise as well, ESM will be thinking to themselves that we have invested in players, we have taken newer recruits, and now that isn't giving us any return. So how exactly as a team do we head on forward? And this is a dilemma that I would say a lot of teams face, especially teams that do a lot of roster changes. I mean, not every team is Union Gaming that they'll have 5 core players for God knows how many years. Of course, even UG have taken new recruits, the newest being Sandy in their roster, but that's just one of the examples. And for a team like ESM, which change their rosters quite frequently, I use the term frequently, but in months or something, then the pressure will certainly be there, because then they'll be thinking to themselves, then another problem will arise. They'll be thinking to themselves, we keep on changing the rosters, yet nothing works. So essentially, what's going wrong? And then they'll bash themselves for just that one major factor.
Exactly. I think that uh, it is. I mean, I think there is a problem with one of Kira's players. So it will either be a 4v5, or it might have to be a 4 feet. Um, I mean, it will have to be. It looks like we will have to go in for a little talk with the teams, because it seems that there is a problem. So don't go anywhere. We will be back very shortly. This is unfortunate for both teams that is happening. So just give us maybe a minute and we will be back with more information for you guys.
Ain't no love like a real love, but it goes so fast. All tied up like a captive. I'm on to you. Used to pay to my love life, standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I haven't felt this in ages, and I've no more patience. So won't you please stay up in line? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay up in line. You're making me stronger, making me stronger.
You cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now. Casting on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me. Hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. start to see. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a, yeah.
I'm on my own, broken and alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Just stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares through. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Do you remember how you held me then? Now you got me reaching out. And do you see you got me falling in more times than I can get out. Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, how long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, trying so hard not to keep you, to keep you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the teams. They are almost done and ready and about to head ourselves into the game, because right now there was some problem with the players connecting. As we speak about that, Kira is fixing their issues, and with that out of the way, we should be having a very good game between both these teams. So, till then, what I would like to highlight is going to be the fact that there is, in fact, quite a bit of things um, that, Kira will have to look into, because if they are not able to figure out that, this was a pretty big break, and at the end of the day, a break will usually, um, you know, cause another team to take the advantage of that. But it looks like there is indeed a change coming in from the side of ESM, as well as Cypher has been dropped and he will be replaced by Cascade. So it could be a tactical decision, maybe because of the lineup that they were seeing on the side of Kira Esports, but at the same time, it will be something that we will have to see. And as we see that Kira will still be taking a few more moments to get their player onto into the team. So with that out of the way, CCV, what do you think and is going to be the score line between both these teams?
Oh, that's a very tough call, because both these teams so far, quite recently, they have had good histories on the map of Clubhouse. We were talking about Kira, how they had defeated Union Gaming in the South Asian Nationals. Even for ESM, the most recent Clubhouse game I can think of them was when they had played against Area 69 on the 22nd of October in the Villager Esports tournament. Back then, they as well won by a margin of 7-3. So yeah, both the I'd surely say just only if Kira can get their fifth player in, if we go for a level 5v5 matchup for both these teams, then I would say Kira can win. Kira have the better edge against ESM, partly due to the newer roster that ESM has. They have brought in two new players, Mojo and Cascade, as we are talking about. Meanwhile, Kira, like we were mentioning earlier before the small break, we mentioned that Kira will be playing with a very old lineup of theirs. So it's just the aspect of comfortability that all the players will have against each other, and that's what makes me think that Kira will have the better edge, the better hand against ESM here, and that's why I believe they'll win.
I think so too. I mean, ESM, very talented players, no doubt. A very talented team, a bunch of players who are very good with each other. But then again, three players playing together for a long time in a team of five is not really going to make too much of a difference. And as we speak about that, Cypher is back. Cascade is going to be the person who will be on the bench again. So it looks like it will be all up to Kira whether they can get their last player in time, because otherwise ESM will start to have some problems with the amount of time that Kira is taking to get their player in. But irrespective of that, again, a Clubhouse. Do you think that Clubhouse is seriously just starting to become the map that every single team in this region just gravitates towards for, I don't know, for reasons that are known to them or to you? Anything?
I think not just in this region, but I think overall in the entirety of the world, no matter which region we look at in general, Clubhouse, I think yeah, it's well known. I'd say that I mean the pro league analysts, the even the coaches and the support staff of teams, even they think that Clubhouse is one of those battlegrounds that really decides which team is superior to another, no matter which two teams are playing against each other, no matter from which region, purely because of course Kira so my apologies, Clubhouse takes a lot of tactical skills as a team as well, not to mention the amount of frags that are limitless possibilities. I mean, we just witnessed Union Gaming versus Ferrum Esports. We just witnessed that fragging power can also to an extent surpass your opponents, as Ferrum had a few very good rounds where they were just constantly fragging against Union Gaming, and they were winning, well, even flawless rounds, I believe. In one of the rounds, it was a flawless round that Ferrum had pulled off against Union Gaming, and yeah, that's one of the main things. But apart from that, a team like Union Gaming as well, they also favor tactics heavily, and so does Clubhouse. So at the end, in conclusion, I believe that yeah, I think we might be seeing more and more Clubhouse as time goes on. But without any further ado, let's jump in. Kira Esports versus ESM. The wait has just, it's been excruciating, but now the reward is finally here. We will start with the operator bans.
Well, yes, and I don't know about you, but a Thatcher or a Maverick seems to be a ban that ESM would like to do. They're starting off on defense, and I think that that would be a smart decision to do, because Kira on attack is not going to be the team that you would want to be dictating the ban phase for attack, especially. So there you go. The Thatcher has been removed, which means that Cade will be very influential in case he goes through the ban phase. What I know from Kira Esports is that they don't really like playing against the Mira on Clubhouse, so I think that maybe they would want to use their ban on the Mira, but then again, it will depend on how they want to play. And oh, a Maverick ban, that will make almost every single electrified wall very safe. So I guess a Cade ban is certainly going to be on the board.
Yeah, I think as soon as you mentioned Mira ban, I was going to agree with you, because ESM are known to play Mira not just on Clubhouse as well, but on a lot of maps. One specific place where ESM had played Mira against was against Statics Gaming in the TC League. I'm not sure whether it was group stage or whatever it was, but back then ESM had won 8-6, and they had played Mira a lot. ESM are also known to play Mira on maps like Cafe and Oregon, so it would have been a very known ban, but it seems like it's going to be very, very hard breach heavy, and electrifying anti-breach and hard breach centered bans, as 3 out of the 4 bans are going to be well related to that.
Well, yes, and both of, in fact, the anti-breach operators, as you would like to say, which are going to be Thatcher and Maverick, have been removed. So now the church, in fact, the church wall, if that is getting muted or electrified by a bandit, I believe that the church push is almost going to be off the charts. As we speak about that, let's go over the lineups that we have from both these teams. So we have got Mike, Lockdown, Shulker, Mojo and Cypher on the side of ESM. We've got Avim, Rattler, Atharv, Deathamar and Catched on the side of Kira. So a 6-pick comes in. The Maestro, in fact, has been dropped for a bandit. So dual anti-breach being brought out from the side of ESM. What do you think about that? With both Maverick and Thatcher off the board, do you think that this will be either very influential, or will it just be overkill at this point?
I wouldn't call it overkill, since Kira Esports will surely be looking at some aspects of hard breach. I mean, after all, they themselves have brought 2 hard breachers that are present. That's going to be Atharv on the Hibana and Catched on the Thermite. So it's very certain that Kira has plans on opening some walls, whether that's garage or whether if it's construction later on. And of course, how can we forget the main CCTV breach as well in general. So Kira has plans on that, and ESM looking to counter all that. I wouldn't call it overkill at all. It's still a very nice plausibility. ESM, they have diverged towards, it's like a tree. ESM is like a tree, and they have 2 major branches. The first branch is anti-breaching, with them bringing bandit and mute and not allowing any hard breach to go on. And the second branch is going to be anti-utility, with them bringing both Jaeger and Vamai, the infamous dual combo that is very common nowadays.
That is true, and I think that the Jaeger-Vamai combo was something that we missed in the last Clubhouse game, because in fact it was Jaeger who was taken out by Ferrum last time. But this time it seems like both will be allowed to see the light of day. And as we speak about that, Cypher just holding on to garage. He will be tasked with making sure, there looks like to be a ban that is in fact coming in, as ADSs are going to get burnt and a nade might just get spotted in, but no. It will not matter. The cover is already there from Deathamar. He will get the easy kill onto Lockdown, and that will put an end to the bandit trick that was happening. I believe it will be Catched who will get the wall open very soon. Yep, he has exactly done that, as Athar will now possibly look to find a chink in the armor that is towards Garage. So a very strong start from the side of Kira Esports. 1 minute off the board. They have taken 1 player down. They've got successfully, they've opened up the breach as well as the Garage. And I think on time management, they're doing pretty good.
Oh, most certainly. They are not just good, they are doing quite well for themselves right now. And it can be seen that if at this pace, they continue playing more of the round, they keep getting the kills no matter on which operator it is now in now. Even if it's the Vamai or if it's this heavy lurking Jaeger or even if it is one of the SAS anchors that are present, it's going to be very difficult for ESM. But no, it seems like Kira Esports, they have just, put an axe on their own foot. And oh, now Kira Esports are the ones depleting, so we have seen a lot of kills being traded in. Garage control has been taken up and the attackers are just moving into Garage, and now with the final kill secured for Avim, now Kira can truly go for their Garage take. They know Vamai is gone and they know they can take the control. They can start pushing in. Ash has already made her way to the Rattler. Rattler is present, and now for the final seconds of the round, we can see a pinch coming in at any moment, since we can see Thermite by the main breach. Zofia, she can go up red stair. Oh no, it seems like she has relocated with her fellow entry fragger, and now the execute is coming in.
Well, yes, Rattler will have to get the diffuser down. With 30 seconds left, he has some time to bait out the smoke canisters. Looks like he's going to go in for the plant, but will Mike be able to connect with the smoke canister of his own? Yes, that'll push Rattler off the plant, but it looks like at this point Mojo tried to go in for a C4 and he will get punished by Catch, who's right outside the breach. So now a 1v3 for Mike. He will be stuck between all three players right next to him. He will not be able to do anything. Right now it looks like it will be an easy kill for Catch. Yes, it is. And the cover from Kira Esports Thermite is going to be perfect as 2 kills come from the breach, and Kira start things off very strong with the first round on the board.
I mean, this was one of the most, traditional and one of the most tried and tested takes that Kira went for starting. I mean, their theory was the same, their ideologies, they perfectly match as to what a lot of the teams go for as well, which is going to be the Garage Execute. Apart from the Garage Execute, usually after CCTV breach opens up, we see a construction execute. Kira did not go for that. So, let's talk about further on what Kira went for, which was again the Garage take and the execution from there. And it worked out quite well. And the only major problem that they suffered was Jaeger playing in basement. I mean, Shulker did an excellent job of catching Hibana and then, causing even more destruction to the attackers, taking them off their actual path of executing onto the objective. But apart from that, I'd say Kira still, they did a very fine job of winning the round. I mean, they came into the objective, the main breach happened quite, I mean, not very early, but if you look at, a relative time, it happened at 2 minutes into the action phase, which is still very, very good, and even better now that, Bandit was dead, and Kira Esports would have had a very nice time walking into the objective, which they did in their final execute.
I agree with you. I think that Kira on time was very strong, because with 1 minute on the board, if you've already got off if you've already got a pick like a bandit to prevent the bandit trick, and then on top of that you just get every single wall that you really need, garage walls as well as the main CC wall breach open, it does not seem like the defense can really do too much except delay time, and that is exactly what Mike tried to do on the smoke. He did a very good job of it, no doubts about that, but at the end of the day it was just too little too late. He had 2 smoke canisters connect with Rattler. He chipped off the health of the Ash who was going in for the plant, but at the end of the day it was again a little too less, a little too late. But this time maybe ESM will try to change things up a little bit, because this time Kira has unfortunately lost Catched in the start of the round. I believe he was on the Thermite, so I think that a few walls will be safe, as Mike will just open up some lines of sight towards bedroom, as they are indeed anticipating a bedroom side push coming in from the side of Kira. So that will be interesting if they have in fact made the right call or they have not. Rattler very close to just falling off the roof and as you can say, injuring himself, but Mike will start things off. He will get rid of Atharvan. That's the only hard breach on the side of Kira Esports. So that Ash charge from below will be of no use, but Death Hammer will make sure that Valk is going to get taken out, but Shulker will be there to get rid of Death Hammer as well.
Oh, it's a very, very direct attack that Kira have indulged in over here, just pushing into construction, and they had no other choice. First of all, they were a man down. More importantly, they were a hard breacher down, and they needed to push in. But more importantly, now with another death, which was the second death of the round. I mean, yeah, technically the second death of the round, but more importantly, the second hard breacher of the board. Then it was a very desperate issue for them. Then they just needed to get the kills, And well, they pushed into construction. A flurry of kills did happen, but all of them went in favor of ESM. That brings us here. 1 minute still remaining on the clock, but Rattler in a very, very dire situation. ESM, they're very patient with this. They don't want to give up any kills to him right now, and they certainly want to win the round after losing the first one. So they want to take their revenge on the same objective which they lost them. And well, a trade will secure the deal. ESM take round 2, and certainly in very good fashion as well. We were talking about how Kira Esports, they've already lost a player, and after losing that final hard breacher, which was the Hibana, there was not much they could have done. They just needed to push into the objective, and they tried their best. I mean, without any hard breacher, for them to pick up 2 kills onto Jaeger and Valkyrie, that's still a good achievement. But at the end of the day, nothing is better than actually winning the round. Sadly for Kira, that wasn't the case this time.
Well, that is what it is at this point, and it looks like it will be a church defense coming in from the side of ESM this time. Again, no reconnection coming in from Catched, and this will be something that Kira will have to deal with and see whether they want to go in for a rehost or will they like to continue the way things are right now. I think at this point, maybe they are holding off the rehost because they're not really certain whether he will be able to join in at the right in the stipulated time. Otherwise, they will have to not continue. They will have to continue playing a 4v5. So that is smart, I would say, from Kira. They're holding off from the rehost because you only get one rehost. It is very, very valuable, and I think Kira has the right idea. But how long will this have to go on? Because playing a 4v5 against a team like ESM is not going to be something that is easy. As we speak, Rattler, his drone being spotted, will get taken out easy, no problem at all.
And more importantly, ESM are also playing this quite smart, I must have to say. They know that Kira are a man down. Of course, that brings the major gadget of the operator. I mean, taking history as a source, had Catched been there, it probably would have been either Atharv on the Hibana or Catched on the Hibana. Nonetheless, he would have been playing a hard breacher. So not to mention the hard breaching aspect that's gone for Kira, and they only have one breacher now with only 2 exothermic charges. They need to make the most out of that as well. Meanwhile, for ESM, they are going to waste as much utility as possible. Over here, I would have expected Cypher to play Vamai once again, because they know that Kira, whether it had been a Hibana, Hibana would have brought 3 more flashbangs, but now that those are gone, ESM can focus more of their Jaeger ADSs and more of their Vamai magnets to something else. They can look to destroy more and more utility of the attackers, but in this case they haven't chosen that. As I say that Lockdown playing the Maestro, I believe he still has the impact grenade, and maybe that's also one of the reasons why Legion has been chosen. But with all of this, with all this being said, I think Kira Esports, they have to be very, very precise with their location of the exothermic charges. One of them goes off. The bar hatch is now open. Kira are very quick with their own clear. They've taken so much control. They still have a lot of their utility remaining with them. It's going to be the traditional Kira attack of coming in from blue and pushing from there along with bar. But no, it's been stopped in the tracks as well. Mike finds the first kill onto Rattler, and possibly more to follow.
Well, yes, Mojo will add to that, and he will get rid of Athar. So it was unfortunate for Kira again this time. It seems like Deathamar will add to the party. He will get a consolation kill. The Maestro's head might just get spotted, but it looks like one player is going to be downed as Mike was on the hatch of blue. The breach working against Kira's side, and that will be the end of Amar as well as Kira this round. It looks like Catch has joined back into the lobby. So Kira will look to take the lead back again from the side of ESM, because the first round that Catched was there, he was very influential. He made sure that he was able to get those 2 frags from the breach, and this time it will be all in the hands of ESM to prove that despite a 5v5 coming in from Kira Esports side this round, they will be able to take this, because they need to make sure that they can prove this to not just themselves but as well as keep the morale up, because they now are going to be on a 2-round winning streak, and if they can keep the momentum up, Kira will certainly be feeling the pressure, be it a 4v5 or a 5v5. Kira will have the ball in their court, and they will have to do something about it.
Yes, they'll have to dribble the ball, and they'll have to score this round in their favor. Otherwise, the lead will just keep on extending and extending in favor of ESM. And yeah, by the time we'll reach the second half, God knows what the split will be. But one thing would have been for certain, it would have been that ESM will be in a majority lead. So if Kira want to, not go for that variation of this match, that where ESM get a huge majority lead, then they'll have to play their best. And like you were mentioning about, Catch joining back, I think that's a huge, not just a boost in morale, but a literal boost in the actual gameplay of the players. Because if we go back, if we remember round number one, which was the cash and CCTV execute, by the time the round had ended, Kira still had 3 people alive for their side and ESM had 0. And now we look at rounds 2 and 3, the ones we just witnessed. ESM have 3, maybe 4 players remaining for them. They were still close battles, but ESM won them nonetheless. So I'd say that with the help of Catch, there are going to be more and more gunfights that Kira will be able to indulge in. There are going to be more and more, there's going to be more utility that Kira can throw, more defender utility that will be destroyed, more walls that will be breached, whether they are reinforced or not, doesn't matter. And it's going to be a huge boost for Kira. Like you mentioned, you already mentioned the morale boost, playing with 5 players, knowing that you as a team, you're going to perform at the best of your capabilities. But apart from that, in gameplay as well, Kira will go for the all the strats that they have prepared, the actual 5-man executions that they will be thinking, that they would have thought of prior to the actual match starting. So it's going to be very, very good for Kira. Now we just need to see this match, we just need to see the following rounds in play. But apart from that, right before we start, there is one interesting operator that I think all of us have noticed on the defense. And I cannot understand why that has been chosen. Maybe Cypher will sixth pick from the Frost, or if not, then what is the exact plan of playing Frost here on Gym and Bedroom?
I think that has already been locked in, as Catched is having a little bit of a problem loading into the game. So I am not really certain whether this is something that he can do anything about. Looks like his game is just bugged, as are going to be dropped in chat as everyone is tired waiting. So it looks like we will be here on this screen for a little longer, but then again, we are going to Gym and Bedroom, and lockdown is going to be on Mira. So I think where the Mira is going to be influential is certainly on the bathroom wall, because that will be an anchor position that you can play that properly. You're really only exposed to one angle, which is the construction door. And if at any point you've given up construction control, you can always pop that mirror, play it from the other side, provided that the jacuzzi breach is not open. Because if both of those um, places are given up to the attacker, as in the jacuzzi breach is open, as well as the construction door has, or rather construction control has been given up on the side of defense, then at that point there's not really anything you would do, irrespective of the fact whether there was a Mira for you or not. So that is something that Kira will certainly have to look into, because a second mirror, I am guessing, could be on the logistics half wall, which is in the gold storage or the secret stash that people like to call. So it'll be interesting how Lockdown does decide to use his Mira black mirrors.
Most certainly so. And I think as an attacker, were just mentioning, I think for me, instead of jacuzzi, I mean, if I were an attacker, this is just my theory. It's not anything that I might expect the players to play right now. But I think as an attacker, it's more about construction control nowadays than just focusing on purely on jacuzzi and the outside windows. Why I say that is, of course, we have the actual literal examples we just witnessed in the prior match today we saw, which was Union Gaming versus Ferrum. There was one of the rounds where UG just opened up construction. They blocked off the construction to bedroom entry using the smokes, and then they took easy construction control. Essentially, what that allows is the fact that the attackers, if they start, peeking from construction towards bedroom and possibly towards gym, that will give them so many angles on the objective and so many anchor spots that the defenders, it's going to be very difficult for them to play in. And this is something you were mentioning previously in the previous game, that once the attackers have construction control, once they have line of sights established in the objective, well, the anchors are going to have a very difficult time, but we'll have a jolly good time. As Oh, never mind, I thought we were loading into the match. Never mind.
Well, we had to call in an admin rehost because it seemed like it was just a bug at that point of time. There was nothing really that we could do about it. We would have been at that screen forever and ever. So it looks like uh, we will have to just go in for a quick rehost, and with that we will be back on the other side so that we are able to complete this game between both these teams and hopefully be able to have a lot more uh, actual game time.
Ain't no love like a real love, but it goes so fast. All tied up like a captive. I'm on to you. Used to pay to my life, standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I don't felt this in ages, and I've no more patience. So won't you please stay up in line? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay up in line. You're making me stronger, making me stronger. You're stronger.
side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, and if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to see, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a, yeah.
I'm on my own, broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Just stare, 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world.
Do you see you got me falling in more times than I can get out? Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, how long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, trying so hard not to keep you, to keep you. How long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Trying so hard not to keep you, to keep you. say it like that. If I hate you, then find someone new. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill.
Never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right, it feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right, it feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. Going with the gut, never had a doubt, felt like this is just a must. Put me in perspective, I'm the deepest in the cut. Everybody tuning in, but this is just for us now. We know I ain't ballin' yet, hoes wanna holler, oh no, I don't call them back. Girl, let me see you hold it down, we gon' have a blast. Cause I just wanna know what you gonna do with all of that. Ain't gotta say a word, I know what's up, you can have it all. Watch me rip it off, I'll admit it, you got me feeling hella loved. Even when it's going down, know that we gon' live it up. Young shot caller, always been a baller. Know that you the one, I can feel it in my heart. Yeah, I won't stop charging, we going come harder. I can see you and I, way beyond the stars, girl. I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. It feels right.
So, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've had a tough time. So, unfortunately for Kira Esports, they did have to forfeit that game because they were not able to get their 5 players into the lobby. So, right now, we will be moving on forward with the last game that we have on stream for the quarterfinals, which is going to be Monka S versus Mercenaries. So, the map will again, in fact, be clubhouse between both these teams as they will be looking to book their final spot in the semi finals that will be held tomorrow. The teams that have made their way through right now are UG as well as ESM. We will be waiting on the result between VPG and Wild Stallions for a bit. But right now, it will be Mercenaries as well as Monka S going up toe to toe with each other again on this map of Clubhouse in this beautiful countryside of Germany.
Yes, Clubhouse is a map that has seen a lot of attention, a lot of foot traffic from all the teams. In the previous game, we were discussing how a lot of teams do gravitate towards this map, and that seems to be true. Out of the total three maps we have seen so far in this tournament, all three of them have occurred on Clubhouse. So yeah, this is going to set a precedent for future games. Of course, once we head into the semi-finals and grand finals, it's going to be best of threes and best of fives respectively. So of course, there is going to be confirmation that we'll see other maps beside Clubhouse as well. But I'm certain that Clubhouse is going to be a very, very reliable map for almost each and every team that plays, whether it is Monka, whether it's Mrcz, and more than that as well. Looking at the reason why I say it's going to be a reliable map is because all these teams have had great histories on this map. Talking specifically about Mercenaries and Monka, quite recently Mercenaries did lose in the grand finals of the closed qualifiers against Union Gaming on only on Clubhouse as well. Otherwise, they won. And same goes for Monka. In the quarterfinals of the closed qualifiers, Monka had lost on Clubhouse against UG 5-7. But without that, they've had victories as well. I remember in the Villager eSports tournament on the 16th of October, Monka had defeated eSports, a team we half saw in their recent game against Kira Esports previously. And meanwhile, for Mrcz, they've defeated Vanquished Paradox over here. They've also defeated. They've also defeated Wild Stallions, which earlier were known as Bad Trip Esports. So both Mrcz and Monkas are looking extremely strong on this map, and it's certainly going to be a very exciting and mesmerizing game.
That is true, and Mercenaries has proven to be one of the strongest teams in the region because they have beaten almost every single team that there is. They've beaten Kira, they've bet Monka, they've bet UG, they've I mean, at this point, all that Mercenaries needs to do is beat themselves to prove that they are the best team because we have seen them go toe to toe with every single team in the region. And most of the times, they have come out on top. And that is not something that you can say about possibly any team in any region of the world.
Yes, I'd say that MRCC are looking extremely favorites. No matter which tournament, no matter what setting we are talking about, MRCC are looking like the clear favorites. And this is going to be even more truer and even more influential now that in a few weeks we'll be heading into the South Asian mini majors, which is going to be the sort of the biggest stage these teams have faced each other on, and these teams represent each of themselves on till date. That's going to be very interesting. And if anyone doesn't know, Monka S, Union Gaming, Mercenaries, and L2K will be the four teams from our region playing against. Playing against each other in the South Asian majors. So, as a little appetizer, we have today MRCZ versus Monkas, and this map most likely Clubhouse, a map we'll be seeing not just in this tournament, not just in other tournaments, but in the majors as well. So it's going to be very, very crucial for these teams how they play today, what sort of strats do they reveal, what they choose to hide as well, because all these teams have given it their level best in the closed qualifiers. We remember UG, Mrcz, and even Mercenaries, all of them played extremely well. They gave it their 110% in the South Asian Nationals because they wanted to win that. And yeah, from there, I think these teams would have done their homework on each other and they know how each other is going to play. So it's going to be very, very, in my opinion, this game is going to be, very reliant on counter strats, and it's going to be very, very reliant on the each other's play styles and each other's weaknesses, both for Mercenaries and Monka S.
I agree with you because Monka S and Mercenaries both are a team that love to play the frag mentality gameplay where they don't really focus too much on opening up hard breaches or hard walls. They don't focus too much on, uh, you know, just having a separate story. They just figure out that, all right, let's drone this place. Oh, we see a person there. Let's just push him with four people and get the kill. And that is something that Mercenaries does really well. And that is that is something that Monka S does as good as Mercenaries does. So it'll be down to who is having a better time droning and fragging each other out. But irrespective of any of that, I think we will see a lot of kills being dropped and a lot of gun action, as we like to see.
Oh yes, I think a lot is also an understatement. We'll be seeing a ton of that, and no matter which team gets, my apologies, no matter which team gets the kills, no matter who ends up winning the rounds as well, it's going to be a very, very influential aspect. We just saw with Ferrum and Union Gaming how close it was, how how frag heavy Ferrum were taking it and how they were winning rounds as well. And now for both the teams to be playing extremely frag heavy, I mean, it's going to lead to interesting circumstances arising all over the board in no matter which bomb site we'll be seeing, and no matter which round we'll be seeing, and no matter who'll be defending and who'll be attacking.
That is true. So I think that what we can definitely, kind of predict from this game is that we will not probably be seeing a lot of plants go down.
Yes, yes, certainly. Majority of the rounds will be ended via the elimination, whether it's the attackers or the defenders. And I think these two teams in general as well, not just against each other, but in general, they don't have a huge amount of plant heavy mentality. They just like to go for kills, as you mentioned.
That is true. They love to go in for the kill play. They love to make sure that they can, drone out the other team properly. So I think that it'll all come down to whether they are able to, kind of um, get that intel on the other player versus not being able to, uh, you know, not being able to figure out whether a player is there or not and have to make a wild push compared to having a drone or having even three drones in the place where the player is going to be.
Exactly, exactly. That is a very, very true statement that you have mentioned over here. And looking at diverging from the point about the frags and everything, coming back to the general sense of utility as well, I'd like to go over to the operators which will be banned, which will be played mainly for mercenaries. I think they will end up banning Mira, since on Clubhouse as well they've had a huge history of banning Mira. Most recent results that I'm checking of theirs: against UG, Mira ban; once against Vanquished Paradox, they played Clubhouse Mira ban. I mean, in total, out of all the maps I have of Mrcz under my database, which come to around about total of 22 maps I have, they have banned Mira a lot. They have banned Mira 18 times. So yeah, that's a very huge percentage.
That is true, and I think that that is a big deal. But at the same time, I don't think that it is such a surprising fact because it looks like Mira is just about to be sidelined for uh, every single map because we know that she basically, when she came out, she completely changed the way that people like to play sites. I mean, I remember the time when players would simply reinforce both walls rather than try to make a line of sight with a shotgun that we see a lot of teams do this time at this point of time because it didn't it was not something that a lot of teams did. They did not think that maybe they are able to make a line of sight and possibly hold an objective. But after Mira came in, despite Mira being banned, a lot of teams decided to play the reinforced wall and use those shotgun holes as lines of sight to peek. So I think the how Mira has really affected Siege is going to be something that no other operator has ever done. I mean, yes, we had the small Lion Blish Jackal Dokubi meta. We had the the we still have the Amaru Rush meta, if you want to speak about that. But in general, I think the way that Mira has changed the playstyle um, of Siege in general, I don't think that any operator has done that, nor ever will.
Most certainly. So I don't, at least for now, who knows, yeah, you never know what sort of operators will be released in the future, both attack and defenders. So it's speculation, but at least for now, looking at the past operators that have been released, Mira is very, very influential in general. And apart from that as well, just coming back to my point of defense bans, even Monkas are known to ban Mira quite a lot of times. Once against Union Gaming, actually, in the quarterfinals of the closed qualifiers, they had banned Mira, but that was more because of the notorious nature of UG, as how they like to play Mira. But apart from that as well, it seems like the players are ready. We are just speculating which operators will be banned. It is going to be the teams themselves banning the operators. And yeah, we'll be heading into the operator ban phase and the actual match in just another second. Till that, I would still talk about the attack bans, because we have seen a lot of hard breach revolving bans, UG versus Ferrum, even in Kira Esports versus ESM, there were a lot of hard breach revolving bans, especially on attack, Thatcher Man, Maverick, even an Ace Man. So what is your opinion on that?
Well, I think what we will be seeing will definitely be a Thatcher or a Maverick ban. I'm not certain about both of them being banned, but as far as I can see, a Thatcher as well as a Maverick can be players that will be just banned off the board. I think that it'll not matter too much which one is going to get banned. But yes, if there is a Thatcher ban, we might just see a Kate ban as well. We will most likely definitely see a Mira ban coming in, because if Mira is not banned, then I think that Clubhouse is a map where Mira is not really that strong. It's just that Mira is a very big pain to deal with. You do not want to either play vertically or want to make sure that you get a Twitch or maybe even a Hibana to get rid of that Black Mirror. So I think that Mira will not be so much as a strong and a must ban as you see in Oregon, because if you have a Mira go through on the ban phase in Oregon, defense is just almost unbeatable. There is no way that you can attack any site on Oregon without having to just deal with that Mira in any which way that you can. While on Clubhouse, there are ways of counter stratting that Mira, going around it, playing around that Mira, but I think that we will definitely still be seeing a Mira ban coming in from either one of these teams.
I think it depends on the teams as well. I don't think these teams themselves like to play a lot of Mira, especially Mrcz don't like playing Mira a lot, given their enormous ban history revolving home. Monka S, I think I remember a few of the matches where they had played Mira. I'm not very, very sure on that, which maps they were, or when exactly did they play it. But apart from that as well, no matter which operator it is, it's going to be very it's going to be very interesting matchup, both between Mrcz and Monkas, and in general as well, because now the winner of this match will play against the winners of Vanquished Paradox and the Wild Stallions, and the winners of this match will possibly secure a nice cash prize for themselves as well.
That is true. And if any one of these teams is indeed making their way into the semis, they will be guaranteed a cash prize. So, any team that unfortunately was not able to do that, which are going to be Ferrum and Kira, they will have to give up on that dream of getting something back from this tournament. But right now, let's make our way into the ban phase. That is going to be Thatcher off the board, a very predictable ban. It will be in Monka S's court now, whether they want to go in for a Maverick or maybe even a Monty or some kind of a ban. Well, it's going to be a Maverick off the board. So now we will possibly and most likely be seeing a Cade being taken off as well, because with both of these operators gone and a Cade in play, it'll be basically impossible to get any wall open.
Yes, and I'd still, okay, once this ban phase is over, so you are correct, it's going to be a Cade ban from Mrcz. I do expect a Mira ban now that, they are defending first and they just don't play the Mira, and I don't think any other operator will seem as logical as a Mira ban. So it seems like they've made the selection. Oh, well, there it is. Mira will be banned. And now that we are over with the ban phase, now that it has happened, I'd just like to mention on the huge availability of shield operators, both on attack and defense. Because if we look at the rosters right now, Mrcz has Ninja Freak playing, infamous for playing the Clash on defense. Monka S has Firefly playing, infamous for playing the Montaigne, especially on Clubhouse as well. I've seen Firefly play the Montaigne. There was one of the matches I was witnessing, which was ESM versus Monka S in the Villager eSports tournament. And I mean, Firefly was just battering through the defenses ESM had back then, and he was very, very strong on other maps against other teams as well. Firefly really likes playing that operator. Let's see, will it come to that sort of a situation that Monkas will have to pick him, will have to pick Montaigne, and Firefly will play that operator. For now, he's looking very comfortable on the Ash, looking to entry frag into the objective, and once again looking to get those very crucial kills that both teams really desire.
That is true, because if Monka S is able to get off, in the first round on the front foot, they're able to take this round from Mercenaries. It'll actually do two things, because one, Mercenaries is starting on the gym defense, right? Which is not really the defense that a lot of teams like to start off in unless they have a particular strategy that they want to do. And if that is indeed the case, then Monka S will start things off by making sure that if Mercenaries really wants to take a round, they will have to change side. Because using a gym defense in the first go and then changing sides is something that would naturally be happening on both these teams' side. And it seems like four people on the side of Monka S will be starting off in the shipping docks area, while the rest of the defenders are just setting up their site. So this seems like Monka S will be directly going in for a jacuzzi breach. They will have to deal with the ADSs as well as the castle barricades that are going to be put up to prevent that new jammer from being taken out. But then again, it will be all down to the fact whether they are able to do it in time or not, whether they're able to do it with enough man count, as well as making sure that they're able to do it the right way.
And also within enough utility as well. So yeah, there are a lot of aspects to be considered between this execute that Monkas will be looking to do, which seems like they have the adequate amount of utility in the form of hard breach present and in the form of soft breach and destruction present. There goes the mute jammer, and the not entirely gone. There's still another mute jammer remaining. Only one slit of the wall has been opened, and unfortunately that isn't the one that Monkas required. So it seems like the worst fears of Monkas are coming through. They did go okay. All right, now I understand. They were going for the new soft breach trick where you open both panels on the top and on the bottom, so that the entire reinforcement falls off and the wall itself is off. But well, that's costing them a lot of time already. 1 minute 30 seconds have happened. No footprints by Monka is left on construction at all of them on the outside of the map, and the reinforcement still stand. So oh no, it's looking, they have used so much utility over here. Two groups of Hibana expired, one Ace Selma breach, and the wall is still looking very, very weird.
Well, yes, that is still not a very clean breach, but at this point the breach is open enough for them to be allowed access to site. But at what cost? They've already spent 2 minutes doing that, but this time it'll cost them not too much, as Firefly will pick one up and Scriptic is there for the cover for his teammate. He'll be holding on to the CC side. Haseeb takes a lot of damage on Mainstairs, but he'll have to worry about a push coming in from breach as well as from bottom Mainstairs. He does have the Goyo in his defense to help him out, but it looks like Goyo will also be making in a rotate. So now it'll be all down to whether the castle is able to do that, and he will tag the ace a little bit, but it looks like Maker will be holding on to the breach, but Jora will not make it too far, as a first kill is being dropped. The head of Scriptic might just have been spotted, and that'll be the end of the Nomad, as Maker is going to be inside bathroom. He'll try to go in for a trick, but Lusty Boy has already made his way into his side. It is all down to Haseeb on the bathroom hallway. He'll get the diffuser with 8 seconds on the board. It'll be a second kill for Sobadlul, and now it'll be Haseeb who finishes things off. So complete turnaround happening from Mercenaries. They were heavily on the back foot, but this team does not give up. They played it perfectly. They made sure that even with 2 players on board and no map control, almost no map control, they were able to take that round. And if you are Monka S, that is going to hurt a lot.
I mean, this really shows how comfortable as a defender, I mean, as a team, you have to be with the objective in order for you to win. The most dire situations as well, like you mentioned, two people surviving for Mercenaries and four people there for the side of Monka S, yet using all the angles that MRCZ had in their favor, the crossfires built, all the line of sights from all the line of sights from gym to all the sorry from bedroom towards gym and from oh my god, sorry, it's just bad cough today. All right. So essentially, what I meant was all of the line of sights that were there from gym to construction, and they were there from construction towards gym as well. All of them really helped Mercenaries to catch the attackers off guard. Whether it was the Ash coming in from the gym window, hoping to execute onto the side, whether it was the Ace who was coming in from the red hallway to execute or to finally plant the diffuser, and it was Castle catching him off guard from the bathroom and 90 area. No matter which angle it was, Mercenaries played it to perfection. They knew where Monkas were coming from. They read their attack like a book, and they really very well contoured their own defense around it, and well, of course, they won the round.
That is true, and I think that what really stopped Monka S from taking that round was that though they took up a lot of positions that Mercenaries did not expect them. Like Maker, he just ran into bathroom assuming that there will be no one in there, but actually there was the Ace right in there waiting for him to do that. And Monka did not capitalize on those. They got one kill from it, but then again they did not have bathroom hallway control, and the Ace went into the hallway without even checking that. And as we speak about that, this time it'll be Hasib making no more clutches, because I moved to line with that black ice on the F2. He'll start things off. I believe the Kapkan had just come up to put on an EDD on that stock door, but unfortunately all that he would be getting this time would be the end of that F2 rifle.
Yes, and yeah, Mercenaries once again, just like the previous round, haven't got off to a very good start, but it's much better for Monkas as well. As in the previous round, the first kill came in very, very late, near the 55-second mark. In this case, it happened at 2 minutes and 25 seconds, only 30 seconds, half a minute into the action phase, and Monkas are already a man up. So it's going to be very, very difficult. It's going to be very difficult for Mercenaries to keep these attackers at bay. We have Doctor present on the first floor. He can go for a flank onto the attackers present near stockroom, although he will need the aid of Maker. His location is known. Oh, there's the crossfire. Doctor peeks wide, but no, Ishan slips away, and Doctor realizes that his perfect window of opportunity has gone, and he needs to fall back. And with that, with this one receding of Doctor into the objective, well, all the defenders have gone back, but now the attackers are aggressing. The executor has already come in.
Well, as we speak about that, so Badlol will get one, but he will get traded out. So the diffuser is going to be on the floor. Doctor does get the C4 kill. An air jab has been triggered, and everything is just going on right now. I move to line is going to be on a triple kill. Ash is going to pick up the diffuser. She'll make her way towards K9 to get the plant off. But at this point, it seems like it'll be all down to Ninja Freak. He'll be stuck in the hallway. He will have a camp for himself, but at this point, it will not matter. There will be the shields playing against him, the footholds playing against him. Twitch is going to be right there, but Scriptic on the hatch will spot the alibi making her way into church, and that will be the end of that round for Mercenaries. So not really certain how Mercenaries did not figure out that a plant can go down in Arsenal with the hatch drop that came in from Ace, but at the end of the day it was Monka S who capitalized on that, and I moved to line on that Twitch. He certainly made sure that that gun was felt on the side of Mercenaries. 3k for that man. And what can I say? Mercenaries are going to fall on the second round of this map. They will be going back to Church and Arsenal, but this time it will be Monka S who will be looking to take the lead from them.
Yeah, it was very, very unconventional how Monkas chose to attack. They realized that they've got a perfect chance of winning the round over here, a perfect chance of executing onto the objective, and they took that chance fairly well. They realized that as soon as Doctor made his location known towards the garage side, and Monkas realized that okay, he'll be falling back towards the oil pit area and towards the generator room where already there was Maker present, playing the Jaeger. Apart from that as well, I think everyone in Monkas realized that majority of the utility that Mrcz have, thanks to that, there was one specific Twitch drone, that got the information that there was one Jaeger ADS in generator room, and there was one alibi hologram in generator room as well. and using all that information that Mrcz were able to gather, they realized that most of the investments in terms of utility of for Mrcz were towards the blue area, were towards the blue room, and towards generator as well. Hence, right after they opened the kitchen hatch, they executed over there, fully knowing that there would be only maximum one, maybe two operators looking to counter that. There was one. There was the smoke being played by So Bad Lull, but unfortunately, him alone wasn't enough to deal with the entire barrage of attacks that Monka S were going for. And sadly for them, there was such a huge. There was such a huge parade of attackers in the objective that no person in Mrcz could have dealt with it alone.
I agree with you. I think there was no way that Mrcz was walking away with that round, because there was just every single line of sight was covered. And as we speak about that, this is actually a very smart play that is coming in from Mrcz. They're not only just playing the way that you usually play a shield along with some barbed wires, they've actually put a Melusi in the dirt tunnel, and what that really did was made sure that they were already one ash charge or one explosive utility lesser, because now with that Melusi in place, even if you do get the shield, there's no way that you would have made that push. So with that out of the way, Skobadlol will be using up his first smoke canister, I believe, to stop the progress of the ash, as Lusty Boy, he has taken a lot of damage from a stray C4, I believe, but a 5v5 is what we have on our hands right now with 1.5 minutes left. Doctor, he'll be just making sure that there are some lines of sight from blue, as Maker will be holding on to an angle that prevents any push coming down new blue. I'm not really sure whether there is any player coming in from new blue or anyone is looking to push stock right now, but if they do, they will have to make sure that they do check that angle. But with 1 minute left on the board, it'll be So Bad Lul, he'll start things off. He'll be putting Firefly to rest. That's going to be the ash off the board.
Yeah, seems like, like you were mentioning, to stop any pushes inside blue, and like you already mentioned how there's going to be no push. With this first kill onto Firefly, I think Mrcz have realized that first of all, Monka S are very, very invested towards this area, this northeastern attack. They have already opened up kitchen hatch. They're trying to gain as much dirt control as possible. Already one of the attackers is pushing and hoping to get kills, but no, he'll be shut down by So Bad Lol. A double kill from that man, proving his excellence in close quarter combat with that M59 shotgun. And now Monka S are looking extremely desperate. This is where diversifying your attack could have been better. This is where a blue take could have been better, but now that they have chosen to play it like this, now that they have chosen to just come in from one, maybe two specific direction, they have to pay the price. They are getting the kills, mind you, but no, they are not enough. The final kill does happen in favor of Mercenaries, and they get round 3 under their belt. So a round that they lost earlier, Mrcz really rectified their mistakes, both in terms of playstyle, positioning and utility. In all three aspects, Mrcz improved. In playstyle, they were playing much more anchor heavy, not a lot of roam coming from their side. And in terms of positioning, well, you had players situated towards the northeastern area. You had people playing in armory, holding crossfires towards the kitchen hatch as Doctor was playing the Valkyrie. You had Smoke playing towards dirt. And finally, in terms of utility, you had the impact trick ready. You mentioned the Melusi Banshee that was present in dirt to stop the attackers from progressing further over there. The shields were there. Jaeger ADSs from Maker as well. Everything really conjoined together to perform a beautiful setup that really helped Mrcz secure the round in a very comfortable manner for their side.
I agree with you, because it looks like one thing that has happened is that the Dokubi was actually a mispick by Lusty Boy, who actually went in for the 6th pick and picked up the Hibana, but it looks like they were successfully able to bait So Bad Lul into leaving the smoke for a mute, because as we know, mute is going to be the real and the only true counter for Dokubi, because if you are standing close to a mute jammer and you are either looking to get your phone switched off or you're looking to not get a call in the first place, a mute jammer is going to prevent that. So Mercenaries making their way to the 4th round I believe that a CCTV defense will entail a strong garage hold coming in from mercenaries. Yep, there you go. There is going to be a shield as well as a reinforcement for the player playing on top of rafters. So a very textbook hold coming out from mercenaries, but that is what mercenaries is good at. They do play very textbook, but they are so good at it that they are not letting any team beat them at it. As Doctor will take a little bit of damage, but he will reciprocate the same onto Firefly, I believe, as it looks like the Ash will have to be a little bit careful with the MPX in the hand of that player.
And I think each and every person in Monka S have to be careful with the gunfights they choose to take, because the previous round it was a predicament as to how well Mrcz can play, even with default strats like you mentioned. But you know, it's Mrcz don't go for very major changes and very new setups and defenses. But what they do it the best, and that's why Monka S have to be extremely coordinated with each other and extremely careful against their opponents. And they need to just make sure that they have crossed all their T's and dotted all their I's before they start executing on the objective. Otherwise, they'll be in a boatload of trouble. So with all that being said, that's all theory. Let's come back to practical life. Let's come back to the practicality of this round. We have seen half the round has passed on. Monka S have gained, I'd say, fairly good. At least they've opened up the main breach. That's the biggest thing. Now, in the final half of this round, all they need to do is gain another area under their control, gain more and more map control. Whether it's a garage take they'll be opting for, or whether it's a construction take. From the looks of it, it seems like it's going to be garage. Mrcz defenders are still standing very strong near that construction area, and they're holding angles over there. Meanwhile, Monka S attackers, they're looking to contest this Vamaya playing by the rafters, and already Garage Ball has breached up. So we can see that each and every person in Monka S, they'll be they'll finally be taking garage control, much like how Union Gaming were doing in their game against Ferrum, and then they'll be looking to execute on the site. Let's see how successful it is.
Well, yes, as Lusty Boy has sneaked his way successfully in, he will be looking to throw a stun grenade. He'll drop that, and an ADS will catch the other one as well. He'll burn that ADS, I believe, but Ninja Freak will still be able to get the kill onto Scriptic, who was, I believe, walking in. Will he get another one? No, he will not, but Valk is going to be right on his feet, and he will get taken out from the outside of the breach as well. So perfect crossfires coming in, but the trade is still going to be equal. Ninja Freak will be on the floor, so it's going to be a 3v2 as essentially for the two players playing inside, and now make that a 2v2 with Maker picking up a kill onto Lusty Boy, as Twitch will be looking to make his way in. He'll meet the other end of the rifle of he will meet the other end of the rifle that is coming in from the side of Mercenaries, but it looks like the pre-fire will come in from Firefly. He gets the plant off as well, as the final kill will be his. Lusty Boy getting his kill confirmed as he had down Mercenaries' Ninja Freak on the rafters, and Monka S look to make things equal.
This is a sort of an execute we've been seeing time and time again. We saw this in Union Gaming versus Ferrum eSports, like I had mentioned back then. Unfortunately, it hadn't worked out for UG. We saw this execute coming in round 1 from Kira eSports versus eSamurai. In that case, it worked out for the attackers, and in this case as well, by the split of a hair, by just the difference of one bullet, it works out in favor of Monka S, which were the attackers. So yeah, it's a sort of a style of an attack, the garage execute and the final plant by the servers in CCTV room. It's very risky. However, if done correctly, it can net you a lot of bonus points, and it can net you the entire round in your favor as an attacker. So this is one style of play that defenders should be extremely, they should be extremely aware of. Possibly even having some defenders situated in first floor to deny the plant going down. I think that's what Mrcz are opting for right now, is Maker places one of his Goyo shields near lounge. So much like how in the previous round, in round 4 early on, we were seeing this duel come in between Firefly and Doctor near this lounge and main entrance area. We might see something like that happen in this round as well, although it's the late round that should be worrisome to the defenders. It's the late round that will be more and more important to them. They need to stop the final execute that happens from the attackers.
I agree with you, because if Monka S is able to do what they did last round, then things will not be very difficult for, as you can say, Mercenaries to figure out and put an end to. But at the same time, if Mercenaries is able to, figure out what Monka S likes to do, and as we speak about that, Doctor, that is going to be a very important kill because the Ashe is going to be off the board, and that is not something that you would want in the start because she not only brings a lot of soft destruction, she brings a lot of utility burn as well.
Oh yes, I mean that's a very very important kill. Not to mention the person who is playing the Ashe, which is Firefly. He was the guy who clutched the round in that final 1v1 in the previous round against Maker, and now with him going off the board, it's a very very disappointing situation that Monka S have put themselves in. They are looking quite desperate. Not at least not right now, but as time goes on in the round, if they don't end up getting more and more kills for their side, then all of their attackers will have this sense of melancholy in them because they cannot go for a very very good push on their own. They will need to team up. Yes, they have 4 players, they can go for executes, but it needs to happen right now. We can see half the round is over. It's passed on. The CCTV breach still a very very heavily contested area both for the attackers and defenders. For now it is still closed as Mute is playing very very near it. He's hoping to catch any kills as soon as it opens up. So Mrcz are doing an excellent job of not only denying the breach but getting kills as well, as we might see another kill pop in.
Well, yes, and Twitch will be the person who will be getting that skill this time. It looks like Hasib was on the off angle this time and was unfortunately not able to figure out what to do. But Maker has held a very strong angle as well, right to the door of construction. Sorry, that's going to be right to the door of stock. And as we speak about that, Jora will get one, but what a shot that comes in from the Mute. Oh boy, that was a genuine good night coming in from him, and it looks like Lusty Boy will have to do a lot of work for his team now because he will take Raptor's control along with his teammate of Scriptic with the M249 in his hand. Looks like they will be going in for a half a rotate, but they realize that the breach is in fact not going to be open. So they will look, well, there you go, the breach has just been opened. As the smoke bolts will come out from their side, there is going to be one C4, actually 2 C4s on both these sides. So Badlol will be looking to throw his one in, but no, he looks to go in for the push. He'll get the kill, and now it's all down to the Hibana shield get the Mute, but now with so less time, Maker will have to rotate back upstairs. Will he be able to get this kill? The plant is going to get stuck. He's on top of the box. He'll get off the plant, and Lusty Boy will be able to get the clutch in. Maker unfortunately giving away his position a little bit too early, not making sure the timer is at 0-0, and Monka S is going to take the lead.
Maker, man, he's not been having a good day with 1v1s. I mean, in the previous round as well, he was shut down, and in this round, he's been shut down as well. Previously, it was by Firefly. In this case, it was by Lusty Boy. No matter who his opponent is, he is just not having a good day. I mean, he's not even gotten an opening kill. He's been having a fairly quiet game. I mean, in the middle of the round, sure, yes, he has gotten some kills if he can look at the scoreboard, but no opening kills and certainly no closing kills for his side right now. He isn't looking at the best of his capabilities at the moment.
Well, I think what really went wrong that round was that when Sobadlul pushed in and through the smoke and tried to go for the kill, I think that is where the round really changed. Had he just gone in for a C4 toss, he would have been able to deny the plant and at the same time would have kept him safe from the Kibana going in for a refrag. And I think that is the difference between understanding when to play your utility, when to play your gun. Unfortunately, Sobadlul, he got 2 very good kills, in fact 3 kills, but at the end of the day, it was that difference between making the push and using his C4 that was, I believe, the difference between Monka S taking that round or Mercenaries taking the leader from Monka S again.
Oh, most certainly. And now that Mrcz, they are defending first and yet they are not looking very, very good. This still reminds me of UG versus Ferrum that had happened earlier today. UG were the ones who were defending first in the half, and then they had ended the first half on a 3-3 split. Yet it was in their attack where they managed to win 4 rounds and they managed to win the entire match for their side. So we might see something like that coming from Mrcz, although they still need to end their defense on a good note. At least for the final round, it will be a good note. I'm sure Mrcz will be a little disappointed with themselves, not just individual performances, but as a team in general, they've had good rounds. The one round where they completely counter-started Monka, which was round 3, the Church and Arsenal defense. That was extremely well performed. That was a very good setup that MRCZ had gone for. But after that, the 2 rounds that they've lost on Cash and CCTV, that isn't good. They need to change that, and let's see if they can. And let's see, if they can go back to Church and Arsenal and go for a much better end to their first half.
Yes, that is true, because if Mercenaries is not able to take this round, it'll put them at a definite disadvantage, because what is going to happen is that though Clubhouse, I do not consider it to be a defender or an attacker favored map, but I do certainly consider it to be a very balanced map. So a 3-3 score will not be something that will be too bad, as Ash will be looking to go in for the peak. As so bad lol on the SMG, he's going to be certainly something that you will have to worry about, as another Ash charge will get taken out. There is still one ADS that will get burned out finally. So I think that now it will be something that they'll be able to do. But the Capita Firebolt will come in, and both of the players of Ash as well as the Capita will be taking a lot of damage from that gas grenade. So bad lol making perfect use of his utility. He still has one canister in his pocket, but at this point he just makes the fallback. He wasted enough time of the attackers there, as well as a lot of their utility. So he will be happy to make his way back, keep his health, keep his shotgun, keep his SMG in his hand, as well as a pocket grenade to maybe deny the plant. As Doctor will hit the floor, he will get taken out, I believe, by I move to line, but I'm not really certain. He'll get picked up by his feet to the smoke, as Hasib will pick up 1 kill for himself as well.
Oh, there are so many operators in Monka S who are low HP, and now majority of them are dead. Firefly still, but no, it's majorly down to the defenders as well. How good can they deny this execute that's coming in? 10 seconds are remaining on the clock of Monka S, and well, they are dropping dead like flies over here. It's all down to Jora. It's all down to the ace. He's there in kitchen. The diffuser is not with him. He needs to go for kills. Sadly cannot. The time runs out. Mrcz successfully running out the clock in this case, unlike the previous round, and for them, they will be ending their first half on a good note. At the end, it got very, very hectic for both teams. It wasn't very desperate, at least not for Mercenaries. For Monka S, yes, they were really a man down, and they needed to improve their attack. But apart from that as well, it was looking extremely well for their side, and they sadly couldn't end their final round of their attack on a good note. But with that being said, they'll be defending now, and this is where we see a replication of the attacks. For now, we'll be seeing a basement Church and Arsenal defense coming from Monka S. So I believe Mrcz will be looking to indulge possibly in a Church execute, as they always do, especially with Ninja Freak playing the Hibana. That to me at least, it's a clear indication that Mrcz will be looking to open up the Church wall and to plant behind the black boxes and play there. But once we head into Cash and CCTV defenses, that is where we'll more see replication of the attacks of these teams, as Mrcz love to go for garage takes, and they love to execute from there, from that specific side on the map and the CCTV. But for now, coming back to round 7, let's come back to the basement. Let's come back to the basement objective in general, and let's see, and let's talk about the operator selection that both teams have.
Well, yes, if you look at it, it seems to be a very similar op selection that both these teams had. Yes, there is going to be a pulse on Firefly instead of the Valk that we usually see, but then I think that you can substitute both of them, because in a map, in a site like basement, you can honestly just play the pulse in the basement and get the same kind of intel, at least for kitchen, that you would usually get. There is a smoke as well as a Jaeger, as the reinforcement is coming in very, very late. This might be something that they'll have to worry about, but as they hear the LMG of the Ying rattle out, I think that will be something that they'll have to worry about as well, because Ying with her 3 candelas and 2 smokes will be a big problem for this side of Monka S, because if they are not able to deal with her, especially after the ADSs have been burnt, you are in for a hell of a lot of problems.
Yes, and I think Monka S, for me, my expectations are they should have done their homework, and I mean they still have the opportunity to prove they have done their homework, because Mrcz had done this Ying strat countless times on Clubhouse against ESM when the matchup was there in the TC League. Back then Doctor was just playing the Ying. I don't think he had played any other operator apart from the Ying. So this is something Mrcz in the past they have played an operator that Doctor himself has played personally, and Monka should look to counter it. They should be very very aware of how they want to take this round forward.
That is true, and as the C4 will be missing from Firefly, he'll get taken out, but Maker on the other side has also been dealt with, as I believe he was looking to make a blue push, but Scriptic will get flashed completely from the Ying Candela that was dropped from the hatch, I believe, as he will be safe as of now. No, that was maybe thrown from all the way from main stairs, so that is exactly why it is such a big deal to deal with the Ying, as Jaeger will get spotted. If he does decide to stay on this position, he might get taken out. It looks like the push is coming in from the side of the Ying, but will she know that there is a player playing right close to him? She will light the Jaeger up, but he will right now live to survive another day. I move to Lion is going to have to be very careful, because that Ying LMG may sound that it is... Oh, that was a nade that took out that Ying Candela. I so bad Lol will drop. He will be going from the plant. The smoke comes in. Looks like he'll be able to stick it, but the diffuser will get dropped before he's able to get the plant off completely, and that will put a lot of pressure on Mercenaries. Now they will have to rethink how they want to go in for this push, because there's one player standing on the blue hatch, and there is only one player on the actual hatch. Nope, there are two now. They might be looking to go in for a drop, as Ninja Freak will just be holding on to the hatch. He will drop as well. He'll get hit the Melusi and give away his position, but Jaeger is going in for a reload. The smoke will get the better of Hibana, and now the plant has been initiated. Doctor gets one, Jorah gets one as well, as now it is all down to the smoke as well as the Ying. Doctor will be full on HP, but will the SMG connect? No, it will not. The T95 will connect. More bullets on the head and faster, as that will be Doctor with the clutch, and now Mercenaries are back in the lead.
That final flick, my god, that's... Man, I want to know which aim training software Doctor uses, man. I'll finally become plat. But all jokes aside, these teams are taking it very seriously. I may make tons of jokes, but no, the playstyle of these teams show that, they are playing to win. They are not holding back anything. They are certainly looking like they are capable of not just winning this round, not just winning this match, but both Mrcz and Monka S are capable of winning the entire tournament, perhaps, purely because of the fact of how strong they are playing against each other and how strong they are playing. This is sort of the benchmark that all teams should be playing heading on into the tournament. This is how each and every team should perform once we start heading into the semi-finals and even the final. So with all this being said, I'd say that was a very, very good round. Mrcz, they had brilliant situational awareness of how they wanted to execute. Yes, in their first execute, which was the ace, which was so bad, planting the diffuser on the corner of the deep armory, that did not work out, sadly. That was one of the things. The smoke canister was placed perfectly by Jorah. So that was good. But after that, the drop down from Ninja Freak, that was the main thing. That was what settled the round. Because it did two things. So first of all, we had Ninja Freak on the blue hatch. He dropped down. He got the kill onto Jaeger. Well, very, very important. Had the Jaeger still been there, if the remaining two operators, which was Sledge and Ying, had they dropped down from kitchen hatch, that would have allowed Jaeger to, peek wide from blue area on towards deep armory, get easy kills, as the attackers would have been caught off guard. Okay, Jaeger dead, but not only that, it distracted the smoke as well, as now smoke, instead of throwing his final 1 or 2 canisters onto where the plant was happening, he needed to focus on the Hibana. He needed to get the kill onto blue, and that allowed the plant to go down. So this one play from Ninja Freak, whether it was Ninja Freak himself who decided to do that, whether it was the IGL Hasib making the call, no matter which person it was a brilliant call, and it really worked out. I mean, that was the one play that helped Mrcz secure the round victory for them.
I think that is true, because I think that the round can be chalked up to the Jaeger going in for a reload as well. I mean, he should have expected that drop coming in, and unless he was really at like 9 or 10 bullets and he really had to go in for the reload, it was not really needed to go there, to go down there. And I think if that situation did not take place, maybe we could have seen a different outcome to the round.
Oh yes, absolutely. I already, I was talking about how if the Jaeger was alive and if the execution section then came in, how he could have gotten easy kills onto Ying and Sledge, but that wasn't the case. So Ninja Freak, really stepping up for his team. He may be the support player, he may be playing Hibana, but he can get the frags as well. And now the breach is coming in. The first team Candela goes in. It's not for any entry frag, it's just so that the hatch can be opened as Hibana. Oh, never mind. In this case, the hatch still hasn't been opened. A successful impact trick coming in from Melusi. Still closes the hatch. Never mind. I was wrong. It was open. And never mind. Melusi is alive no more. And so are her impact grenades.
Well, yes, and Scriptic will make things a little bit equal. So he does get a chance to return the favor, this time onto Maker. I believe that the Zofia was pushing down blue stairs. Yep, there you go. That's her body with the TSM uniform still on there. So that will be the end of Maker for this round, but this time it seems like Mrcz is taking things a little bit slow. Nope, there you go, the smoke canisters, the nades, as well as the drop is going to be coming in. A new spot to plant this time. A C4 comes in. Hasib will get rid of Jora, so that will be no more smokes, as it looks like the plant will get confirmed. This time it will be up to Scriptic as well as the Valk and the Jaeger, but Scriptic will not be able to do anything more as Hasib. So Ninja Freak will be getting the second last kill. It's all down to Firefly. He will be stuck in a 1v4. He does not know where to push. He'll spot the Hibana, but he will not be able to do anything, as Ninja Freak will finish things right where he started off last round and get the winning kill for his team this time as well. The Hibana with the phase skin. I mean, that's a really cool looking skin. What do you say, CCV?
Yeah, I especially with the team, had this been CSGO, I was like, oh, I was about to make a Nico reference, but alright, never mind. Let's come back to Rainbow Six and let's come back to round 8 of Mrcz versus Monka S. Another very, very good round. And in a way, I have been proven wrong. I really was expecting, I think I even said that, Mrcz really like indulging in church takes and church executions, Hibana opening the church wall. But no, in this case the Ying meta, at least for Doctor, is really working out, and they have shown that they can truly work around that and they can execute fairly early into the rounds, even though 40 seconds in a 3-minute round is quite late. If we go by the standard 20-second meta, that's still quite early. And for Mrcz to pull off successful executes even when there are 3, even when there are possibly 4 defenders alive, kudos to them for being successful with those executions and for them to actually end up winning the rounds. But apart from that, oh yes, please do.
Also, I mean, I was saying that, yeah, that is true, because basement is one of the sites where you do not usually, where you are not easily able to attack sites even if you have the man advantage, and to do it with a man disadvantage, that was certainly something that was very, very interesting that came in from Mrcz. It didn't work out for them perfectly the last round. I mean, it did come down to a 1v1. They did win it, yes, but it was not the perfect execute that they would have thought. And despite going back there again, this time they were able to make it work even better, with Monka S already knowing how the side of Mercenaries was going to attack it. And as we speak about that, Maker has made his way in. He is going to be a sneaky boy. Looks like he wants to take care of anyone who will be holding in New Blue or maybe an oil pit. Looks like there's no one right there as of now, so his push will be for the better reason rather than for any kill that he will be picking up. He will get droned in, I believe, by the Ace or the Ying, and that is something that is really smart to prevent anyone playing an oil pit, so that you can just run up rafters if someone does manage to get rid of the mine playing there. That's going to be very smart.
Oh yes, most certainly. And now we see the garage execute that I was talking about earlier, how Mrcz are going to replicate that, because Mrcz are one of the teams that, I wouldn't say that started it, but other teams that have earlier been going for these sorts of executes. They have been going for garage executes for a long time, when other teams much more preferred construction opens and construction executions. Mrcz still went for garage, and it shows how much experience they have. Already only 45 seconds into the action phase, they had opened up garage, they had made a walk hole entry there, and already people are entering over there as well. Not to mention the kills that they are getting. Hasib opening the account for Mrcz with this kill onto Lusty Boy. You were mentioning the death of Amai, how influential it was going to be. A lot of kills are happening, but now that the dust has settled, Mrcz do find themselves in a bit of a pickle.
Well, Jora certainly is trying to add to that, as it will be Doctor will take very little damage, but he will do a lot to Jora. But at this point, the damage is already done. Mrcz will have to make this 3v4 execute work, because with the amount of C4s that are there on the side of Monka S, they will be possibly looking to deny the plant at least twice, if not once at a minimum.
Yes, and for the side of Monka S as well, all they need to do, of course, not just figuring out about how to deny the plant and waiting for the execution to happen, because you can see how claustrophobically the defenders are playing. Almost all of them playing towards the north and the western side, you know, near Cash and Red Hallway. And this is where they need to rely on the attackers. The attackers are the ones to make the play. The play is happening right now. Doctor with that plant, the C4 goes, but it has been destroyed. And now the plant goes down. Monka is unsuccessful in denying the plant. And now it looks like it's an anyone's game.
Well, yes, this will have to be two players who are peeking, as Scripted does get one. Will he be able to get the second one? It's going to be Maker. He'll be downstairs. So maybe Scripted does not know his position. He'll try to go in for the defuse, as Maker will try to make his way up. His position might just get called out because of the Melusi, and now Maestro caught off the plant. That was not really the time that he should have done that, but he's looking to stick it, and the Melusi might just be the thing that changes this. Yes, it is. A single Melusi is going to be the difference between Monka S taking a round and Mercenaries taking themselves to match point. Looks like Scriptic made sure that his sound game was on point, because if he got off that plant at any time and allowed Maker to make his way closer towards the diffuser, it might have just been a different story that we might be telling. So very, very smart play coming out from the side of Monka S. I don't know if those Melusis were on purpose, but whatever they were certainly the difference between Monka S dropping that round as well or picking this one up.
Man, Maker hasn't been having a good day at all in 1v1s. He's been a part of 3 final 1v1s, and he has lost all 3 of them against different opponents as well. Once it was Scriptic, once it was Lusty Boy, and once it was Firefly, and he's lost all of them. I mean, it's a very sad story. Otherwise as well, he has been getting the kills. You know, he is the entry fragger, brilliant player. Seems like today, unfortunately, is just not his day, especially not in 1v1s and final pressurous situations that he's being put in time and time again. So yeah, apart from that as well, Mercenaries, I think they have to be a little more careful with how they want to take this Ying meta forward. I see they have doubled down on it. I mean, they've brought a Glass now for entry fragging, and Hasib will be the one doing those entry frags. So, alright, you know, the ball is in the court of Mrcz. I want to see them make these plays. I want to see Glass entry fragging, because I have seen a couple of times, you know, Glass being played, especially in the APAC North League, which was happening earlier back then. A lot of teams were playing Glass and were, you know, indulging in this entry frag. But here in South Asia, most recently, I don't think I've seen a lot of instances of this sort of gameplay happening. This is one of my first times I will be seeing, at least on a huge level like this.
I think that I have seen a few teams play Glass, but not really the way that Mercenaries is playing right now. I mean, they have gone in and thrown the towel. They have made sure that there is no way that if that Glass is going to work even a little bit, it is going to work all the way, because with 2 smokes on him, as well as Ying's Candelas, as well as Ying smokes and So Bad Lul's 2 smokes, I think they're just going in for a plant where, as you said, it will be a CSGO style plant where they'll just like to cut off lines of sight and then try to get the plant off with cover from the Glass.
And, you know, even disorient the remaining defenders with the flashbangs and the candelas that Melusi has, so that the defenders cannot actually push into the objective and try and deny the plant using their utility or using their guns. So yeah, it might look like a CSGO plant, but for that to happen, Mrcz need to have players on the board. And once again, we've been talking about Maker, we've been talking about how he isn't performing the best right now, and there's another example of that happening. Scriptic finds the opening kill onto Maker, and the remaining defenders and attackers start falling very quickly.
Well, there you go. That's the Glass in question. He'll pick up the first kill as a bathroom breach has been opened. So it'll be very interesting to see how this will pan out, as Neutral has to give up that position. as there are 3 people on the jacuzzi balcony. A single attacker right now on gym window is going to be very devastating, but Jora does get the trade for his team as Ninja Freak will fall to the ground. So it looks like this will be Doctor who will be rotating onto the gym balcony, as well as looking to hold on to whatever map control they can and deny all the crossfires. Ninja Freak has been taken out, so CCTV window will be something that the players can look to peek in, as it looks like Melusi will be the one making her way there. Ying is going to be on construction window, but Hasib will get that kill, as Doctor will be right in front of that. Will he get that kill? No, he will not. I move to Lion will be doing his job perfectly, and now the angle being held from the glass. So bad Lul will be looking to make his way in and possibly going in for the plant. He will get rid of the Melusi very easily and try to get the diffuser planted. He will do so right next to the hatch, as Hasib will be holding on to the construction doorway. Any player pushing in from that door will have to meet that rifle of his, as it looks like I move to Lion had made the push, but Hasib does get the retake, as Cryptic will now be in a 1v1 with the glass, and the PMM is not going to be able to do anything in front of the STP 9mm, and that will be the end of Mercenaries' lead as we know about it, as Monka S are going to equalize both these teams going toe to toe with each other. An amazing clutch coming in from Cryptic, so Monka S certainly showing that they can clutch it up when it matters.
A 4K, a 4K. When I talked about Glass being influential, I didn't mean this influential, man. A 4K coming to Hasib and going to Hasib, possibly even an ace had he won that gunfight against Mrcz. This proves 2 things. This proves that, you know, even though some of the players in Mrcz, if they aren't having the best of days, in this case it's unfortunately Maker who isn't playing at the best of his capabilities, the remaining team can step up. The remaining team can really, you know, take on the load that that was given off from one of the other underperforming players, and they can perform. And it also shows the amazing fragging aspect of the teams, as we were talking about before the match had started. We were talking how these teams will go. I mean, they will immensely go for frags. They will just look to get kills left, right, and center, and that's exactly what happened with Glass. You know, Hasib was holding perfect angles. He was utilizing his utility to really perfection. But sadly, yeah, you cannot hold 2 different, very different angles at the same time, and that's when the Melusi pushing in from red hallway and the Mrcz pushing in from construction really worked out. After Ace was dead, thankfully, you know, Ace did successfully disable the diffuser, but still it wouldn't have mattered. That final 1v1 really working out in favor of Monka. And now I mean, I would, one can make the argument that Monka S really needed that round, because had they lost that round, then it would have been match point for Mrcz. And after that, I mean, Monka S would have been a very terrible situation. They would have gone in the same situation Ferrum eSports were in today against Union Gaming. They would have needed to win 2 consecutive rounds, and that's a very difficult achievement to accomplish. But thankfully, for now, that situation hasn't arisen to that, as Maker once again, sadly, man, just like previous round, he'll be the opening casualty as Ishan gets the first frag.
Well, those bullets that came out from Hibana were awfully close to his head, and he was about to get taken out there. But it looks like, yes, Maker is not having the best day, just holding the wrong side of the door to peek in from. And unfortunately, at this level of play, that is what can make the difference. And indeed, that is what made the difference as well. Maker taken out again, the ash on the floor. So now it will be very interesting whether Mrcz is able to pull out of this puddle that they are in, because Ninja Freak will have to make sure that he's able to get this breach opened up properly and look to allow his team a lot more lines of sight and a lot more avenues to attack this particular place. Legion's leg very close to getting spotted out, but he'll be holding a very thin angle. Maybe Doctor just not checking the complete thing being the difference between him getting that kill or not.
And now we'll see the hatch opening, but no, it has successfully been impacted for the first time. Ying using another one of her candelas, and it seems only one of them will remain for the actual execute. Who knows if the execute will happen or not, as well as, you know, we still have hard breachers. We still have both Hibana and Ace remaining. The only question is, will they be able to use their hard breaching gadgets to its fullest potential. For now, yes, kitchen has been opened, and I believe logistics hatch. Oh, sorry, not logistics hatch. Stockroom hatch is also open. Yes, it is. But well, apart from all that as well, disregarding all the hard breach, it's going to come down to the kills. That's been theme of the entire matchup, and that will be the theme of this following round and the following 50 seconds as well.
Well, yes, and Doctor is going to make things equal. So now it will be a 4v4, but with 45 seconds on the board, he will have to make sure that he does a lot more than just pick up 1 or 2 kills, because if they do not get all 4 players on the side of Monka S or get this plant off, it will not matter. But Ninja Freak is out to do exactly that. He will get the flanker. That was Jora. The plant is going to go off, and right now the Incandelas are going to come in. The smoke canisters are also being dropped. I believe the plant will get confirmed. Yes, it will, and Firefly will be the first person to get a kill onto the plant, but it's going to be a little bit too late, because now he will have to play a retake with his teammate. But looks like it's all down to I move to line. He will light up Ninja Free quite a bit, but right now with 60 HP and the MPX, he will not be able to do too much. And yes, there you go, the pre-fire is not connecting. I move to line hits the floor as MRCZ guarantee themselves match point and overtime.
This is it. The final round, round 12, going to be one of the most influential rounds we have seen in the tournament so far, because again, this round will possibly decide who will face off against the winners of Vanquished Paradox and Wild Stallions, and possibly this round may decide one of the teams who will end up in the finals. Maybe even there's a fair shot that either Mrcz or Monka S can possibly win the tournament as well. So a lot riding on this round, a lot of different emotions that each and every one of our viewers will be feeling, whether they are a Monka S fan, whether they are a Mrcz fan, whether they are from a different team. I can imagine someone like someone from Vanquished Paradox or someone from Wild Stallions watching this one, they'll be edging to their seat right now, because they'll be like, I mean, if these guys are playing this good against each other, imagine how good will they play against us. So yeah, we might see some fear or paranoia set in some of the players as well. But no matter that, the pressure is on these 10 players, and these 10 players is on whom we'll focus on right now. And well, doesn't matter from which team they are, doesn't matter which role they are fulfilling, all they need to fulfill is the destiny of their team winning.
That is true. As long as your team ends up winning, it does not matter whether you had a good game or not. It does not matter whether you got the frags or not. As long as your team's won, that is all that will matter. So with that, we can see that both these teams have players that are having good days and bad days. Monka S generally having a better day than what MRCZ players are having, but MRCZ is having a much better time in the map score, because they are sitting at match point, and it is all up to Monka S to prevent them from taking this win. So Scriptic with a cam outside, I guess, yep, that's going to get spotted very easily. A very default cam, and Zofia's head very close to being taken out from Scriptic. That pre-fire almost connected, and it seems like Maker this time is not looking to make a push in from blue as he did last time.
Oh yes, it's going to be a different style of attack that MRCZ have opted for, something we haven't seen earlier, because now Hasib, he's playing the Capitao, and yeah, this is the first time MRCZ have opted to play the Capitao in their entire attacking half. The remaining defenders, they are playing different operators, Doctor as well on the Zofia instead of the Ying right now. MRCZ are going for their tried and tested attacks. They don't want to make any mistakes right now. They want to play their absolute best that they can, because this is going to define their both the teams' futures in the entire tournament.
Well, yes, that is true, and as we speak about that, Hasib is going to take a lot of damage. He is basically one sneeze away from being taken out. I'm not really certain where that happened from, but wherever it did is certainly going to be something that Monka S will not worry about, but in fact rejoice, because right now it seems like Lusty Boy has taken a little bit of damage, but nothing as close to as how low Hasib is going to be sitting.
Oh yes, I mean, Monka S players, they have the advantage of being with more HP, and they have the advantage of map control as right now as well. So MRCZ, unless a miracle happens, unless they get a lot of kills consecutively in their favor, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to start winning the round, because already 2 minutes have passed in the round. Utility hasn't been cleared. You can see how aggressive Zora and the remaining defenders from Monka S are playing. They are not giving up at all. They want to get as many kills. They want to know that there is a weakness in MRCZ that's going to be the HP of their players. Speaking of that, Doctor drops dead to 0, and even more kills to follow in favor of Monka S.
Well, that was almost a double that came out from him, as So Bad Lol will be very low on HP, and Jora will take out another player, as Hibana will be almost as close to him as well. The C4 does get tossed. It will not do anything as his flashbang is tossed as well. He'll spot the head, but will he be able to land the shots? Yes, he will be able to get rid of Jora, but his teammate on the other side has fallen, and now a 1v3. I move to line will be the closest person to him with the MP5. Very good in close range, but will it connect? Yes, it will. Type 89 not being able to do enough damage, as Ninja Freak will fall as well. So overtime is right the place that we are going to be heading to. And I don't know about you, CCV, but I cannot decide which team is going to take it all.
Oh yes, that is also one of my concerns, exactly which team will win. I am very, very uncertain right now. And Monka S, I mean, there's nothing much to say, because in the first half, in the defense of Mrcz, it was a 3-3 split. In the defense of Monka S, a 3-3 split once again. So as statistics say, in a macro side of things, not looking at sides in general specifically, it's been going very equal. It's been going 50-50. So now that we are in the overtime, I really cannot say which team will end up winning. Monka S are defending first. They have chosen to go on caching CCTV, and they have won both the times they have defended this objective previously. And yeah, just going by that, I would say at least this round it is going to possibly a win for Monka S, but I would love for MRC, but I would love for MRCZ to prove me wrong, and I would love for them to show exceptional gameplay right here, right now.
That is true, because it seems like CCTV is one of the strongest sides that Monka S can go to. I mean, they have lost it once, so it's not really something that they cannot. No, wait, actually, they haven't lost this side at all.
Yes, they haven't.
They haven't lost this side at all. So it looks like Mercenaries is yet to figure out how they want to hold on. Or sorry, rather attack this side, because they haven't been successful any number. I think twice they've attacked this and they haven't been successful either time. So maybe they'll look to change some things, maybe change a few things that they realize Monka S is trying to do, and maybe try to counter those. And if they do not, again, it'll be a tough thing for them to hold on to.
Oh, most certainly it will be. And now we move on to the onset of the action phase. The attackers moving into the facade of the building, and they want to roam clear. They want to make sure that they have well enough avenues set up everywhere for them to launch a successful execution. And what better start than Maker getting the opening kill finally. This man, he wasn't having the best of days, he wasn't having the brightest of days, but now he has lit up the faces of all of his teammates by getting the opening kill on none other than Scriptic, another one of the great fraggers for Monka S. And now it seems like Mrcz are looking strong. They aren't going to back down. They are going to push the accelerator button even further. They'll be going 300 on this road, and let's see if the road bumper of Monka S can stop the car that Mrcz is.
Well, if Mrcz certainly wants to put a statement out to the players of Monka S, now would be the time, because if they're not able to do it right now, they will be in big trouble, because then they will have to live with the fact that they had the chance of finishing the game off, but they were not able to do it successfully. They've been given a second chance simply because they hit 6 points first. They are going to be the team that was guaranteed overtime first. But at this point, if they're not able to make anything work with it, it'll not matter.
Oh yes, they need, they're very, very desperate, and they're working towards that desperation as well. We can see Doctor, he's been tagged. and so has been Maker, the two entry fraggers of Mrcz. Now that they are facing off against the anchors in the objective, they aren't having the best of times. They have to use a lot of their utility. They need to push into the objective, however, Monka S is not letting them push in. This is a little unconventional for Mrcz. The construction takes, maybe they aren't as comfortable, but for now, comfort isn't their priority. Their priority is getting the kills. Their priority is getting the round under their belt. And what better way to start than a good entry frag on one of the anchors? Let's see if it occurs or not.
Well, yes, that will be something to see, but Haseeb will get rid of Firefly. That will be a very important kill, as it will now be down to the 3 members. I move to line, will get rid of Maker, so that will be the end of the Zofia. No more concussions or impact grenades, but so bad lol will get rid of the Melusi, I believe, taking a C4 along with her, but the plant is going on, and Cash, will the player get spotted? No, Jora is unable to do that, as the one taps will give away his possession, and Haseeb will get that amazing kill onto the mute, and that will be the end of Monka S for this round, as well as now Mercenaries will be sitting on match point.
Yikes, that one kill, Jora, he'll not be happy with himself, and Monka S will not be happy with themselves in general. Now they are at the edge of their seat, so are we, but now Monka S are hanging by the thread as well. No more mistakes, even the most minute of mistakes can mean Monka S will be out of the tournament. That's how slim the margins are. You know, maybe they miss an Hibana X Kairos, maybe they miss a hard breach. Well, that can certainly mean that your players won't be getting entry into the site. That will mean that your players will die, and that will mean Mrcz will win and proceed to the semi-finals. That's what happens in overtime, and that's why it's very, very scary as a team to head over here. The most slightest of mistakes, I mean, if we are talking the slightest of mistakes, how much smaller can you get than a few pixels by which Jora missed the planter, by which he could have delayed the round even further, possibly in hopes of winning the round, but sadly that did not occur. So we can see that, you know, there's a very, very small margin by which we are playing right now. And Mrcz, they were trying all these unconventional things, and now they've gone back to their roots. They've gone back to the most tried and tested of their strats ever. This shield really reminds me of old Mrcz and how they used to play, and you know how very, very anchor heavy they like to play.
That is true, and one more thing is that Haseeb right now, he's certainly feeling it. 17 and 8. That is almost a 2.5 KD. 2.5. That's more than a 2 KD in one of the most competitive games and most competitive teams that we have in the region.
Yes, I mean, you know, I don't mean to flex, but I mean, even I have a 2.5 KD. 0.25. No matter how serious the situation is, I'll keep cracking jokes. The pressure is not on me, but it certainly is on these teams right now. You can see that, you know, these teams, they're giving it their level best, both Mrcz and Monka S. We may expect Monka S to be the more pressurous of the teams, but we cannot forget the fact that Mrcz were in a similar situation. They were one round away from winning. They had match point in round 11, but they gave it away in round 12. That has led to the situation right here, the overtime. So both teams, they'll be looking to end this entire match as fast as possible for their side.
Well, yes, I agree, and this seems to be a typical blue and main hatch, kitchen hatch push, because it looks like with Nomad on repel there, she's just going to be tasked with holding on to the flank for anyone that would want to possibly try and make their way up main stairs. I believe that no one will want to do that, because this is something that a lot of teams like to do, but there is an air jab as well to prevent that. Ninja Freak taking a lot of damage. I'm not really certain how that has taken place, but 30 HP is what he will be sitting at, and one stray move might just give away his position, and yes, he will shoot some bullets, give his position away, almost getting hit with the wall bangs, as that is going to be Doctor who gets taken out. I move to line is going to get another kill with the Claymore, and unfortunately for Mercenaries, this looks like to be a round that will not be going in their favor, but Haseeb has something else to say. He will get rid of Firefly. There's one more player in dirt who he will want to get rid of. That will be the Hibana of Lusty Boy this time.
And I just want to say that, you know, if the Hibana goes off the board, then the only execute will be coming from the kitchen hatch, and that can be denied very, very easily thanks to the smoke canisters present. Although it is down to Haseeb to kill the dirt player. Jaeger ADSs are present. Utility can be spread, but no, it is going to be Lusty Boy getting the kill, and now it is certainly the inevitable for Mercenaries. They'll try getting the kills. It's all down to so bad lol, down to a sliver of HP. Let's see if he can clutch or not.
Well, he does have a smoke canister with him, and that gets tossed out. Maybe the Twitch will have to reposition. No, it looks like she is not going to hit it. But the pre-fire onto the dead body is going to give away his position. That might just be the end of him. He's going to be very low on HP and an SMG in his hand. He will get the Hibana. So that is something. But there's one player on the hatch. He might just spot his head. And I think Scriptic already knows where the smoke is, and so does I move to line. The second that the smoke decides to make any kind of a move, it will possibly be the end of him. And there you go, the F2 is going to connect as we are going to go the full distance in this map between Monka S and Mercenaries, because regular overtime is not going to be enough. We will have to see overtime match point. This single round at 7-7 is going to be for all of things that this team has done. And look at that, I move to line really stepping up when his team needs him. 14 and 11, and look at that on the side of Mrcz. I mean, Maker, yes, he's not having a good day, but apart from that, every single player sitting at double kills. This is certainly a match that is very, very as you can say, balanced between both these teams.
Yeah, and not just that, but I'm sure this is a historic match as well. Because again, first of all, we have to say what a match so far, and how this sets a benchmark. This is something I talked about earlier. How this map and how this one match is going to set the benchmark for all remaining matches to be played in the tournament. And all we can expect is, if this is the level of play both these teams are bringing in a tournament that, it's not very, compared to the majors, this isn't very extremely precious. But just imagine what will happen starting from November 25th, when the stakes are as high as they'll be. What will happen if we see a Monka S versus Mrcz then? What will happen with other teams? I mean, there is a possibility that in this tournament, UG will make it into the finals, and one of these two teams will make it into the finals. What's going to be the play over there? How will matches end up then? So these are questions that need to be answered right now. And only one question will be answered right now is, how will this match end? How will Monka S versus Mrcz win? How will Mrcz go? Because like you've mentioned, we have gone the entire 15 rounds, the whole 9 yards. As long as this match can go, as many points, as many kills as these teams and players can rack up, it has been done, and now it comes to the final round. The slightest of mistakes can end the dreams and hopes of a team, of any of these teams in the tournament.
That is true, and it might also just depend on the fact whether Maker can make a successful entry this time or not. We saw him struggle quite a bit in making entries last time, but he was able to make it work once for him. But at this point, he needs to be certain that he's able to do that for himself, because if he's not, there might be a lot of problems for Mercenaries.
And even more so, for the past 3 rounds in overtime and also the round 12, which was the final round of regulations, the team which got the opening kill in their favor was the team that ended up winning the round. This is a pattern that I've been noticing, again, like I mentioned, since the past 3 rounds. Will that pattern be very, very useful over here as well? Will that be the case over here? Well, only time can tell. 1 minute has passed into the round already. The attackers have made their way into the objective. And well, Monka S, their anchors need to keep the attackers at bay. Otherwise, before you know it, everyone will be gone. All of your defenders will be dead. That, as a defender, you certainly do not want. And not only in a normal situation, but surely not in this situation that has arose right now.
That is true. If in this situation the team is not able to make it out, as Doctor will get flashed by his teammates, flashbang, but it will not matter too much, as he will just go in for to rotate to hold the angle from Logic. Well, it looks like a lot of pre-fires are coming in from the Valve, but he'll be holding on to red. I move to line. He and Jora both are sitting on the same HP. Both of them are still going to be alive, but I move to line will unfortunately be going in for a wide peak. He will not connect with Maker, but Jora is there to get the trade, and that will be a very, very big kill, because Doctor has taken the fall. Haseeb will get some damage, and now it's all down to the last 45 seconds between both these teams. It's going to be a 4v5, as Haseeb will have to make sure that with this Melusi trap in front of him, no grenades for him. He will have to spot the, but Jaeger will unfortunately give away his position. That is bad, Firefly.
Attacker's
Not
bomb
the
diffuser has
mistake
been
that you want
dropped.
to be making
Attackers
right
have
now,
recovered their
as
diffuser.
it will be all down to a 3v3 between both these teams. Hasib as well as So Bad Lol will have to make sure that they can get this player sending inside of Garage, but they'll get spotted. Hasib has been taken down, and it looks like one more player will hit the ground. That is all down to Ninja Freak now. He will be able to get one onto Vamai, but will he be able to get the bag? He's going to be thrown. That'll give away his position, and now a 1v1. 7 seconds left on the board. Jora does
seconds to
have
go.
the intel that the plant is going to go off. He will get the plant off, but it looks like Ninja Freak will have to push, but he will
Operator,
not
you have run
stick
out of time.
the plant, and unfortunately, it is
Oh
going
my
to be
God.
Monka S walking away with the win from Mercenaries. 8-7. I move to line the MVP, and that is going to be something that will be very that is going to be Lusty Boy as the MVP. The Jora and I move to line sitting on 14 kills each. Hasib's 19k not really mattering that much.
Why? What? I can still not believe what happened in those final 10 seconds. Hmm. What? Yeah, my mind, it will take some time to render everything that happened, but oh man, that was. It was a mistake. Again, I cannot sugarcoat it. It was the mistake that costed Mrcz the entire tournament. Mind you, they are out of the tournament. This is do or die. And that will mean that Monka S will be heading on to the semi-finals, securing sort of a cash prize from themselves, no matter what result they have. Future in the future in the tournament, but they will be securing something for themselves. And sadly for Mrcz, mistakes here and there, mistakes all throughout the game, very very small mistakes, but as we know that, drop by drop a river forms, and drop by drop this river drowned Mrcz.
That is true, and unfortunately, you can even call it a death by a thousand cuts, because that is exactly what happened with MRCZ over there. Unfortunately, they were unable to make it work out for them, and uh, I mean,
Yeah, not,
what?
not much to say, right?
Yeah.
Again, I cannot form it into words what happened in that final 1v1.
Yep, I mean, unfortunately for them, they were not able to make it work. But I mean, 19 kills from Hasib. That is something that you do not see every day. And then being on the receiving end of a loss, that is going to sting a little bit. I mean,
It certainly will, yeah.
not a little bit. That'll sting quite a bit, but
And
unfortunately
I
for
mean,
them,
apart
yeah.
from that, since we're still talking about kills, before the game, you were mentioning how very, very kill heavy these teams will be. And I mean, the statistics speak for themselves. We saw a total of 15 rounds being played out. That means 15 opening kills and 15 opening deaths. Out of that, 50% of the opening kills went to Mrcz, and 50% of the opening kills went to Monka. I mean, yeah, okay, there was another round. Oh, sorry. I think it is going to be another one in favor of Mercenaries. They just by one round they have the advantage. Yes, in round 8. I forgot to keep track of something. I'm dumb. But yeah, again, it still shows that 8 rounds Mrcz got the opening kill and 7 Monka got the opening kill. Again, truly showing the nature, the frag heavy nature of these teams.
That is true. But unfortunately, it is what it is, as Monka S will be the team that will be facing the winner of VPG and Wild Stallions in the semifinals tomorrow. So the three teams that have already booked their spots in the semifinals are going to be UG as well as ESM, Monka S, and we'll be waiting on the final uh, team to join them. So, as for the teams whose journey has unfortunately ended, it will be Kira, it will be Ferrum, as well as Mercenaries. So, it seems like UG will certainly be having a much better shot at the final, but they'll have to make sure that if Monka S is able to beat Mercenaries and Mercenaries was able to beat UG the last time they faced up against each other, UG will certainly have to watch their backs, because if they do not, they might just be in for a surprise, just like how Mercenaries had one right now.
Oh yes, yes, that is going to be very very true, and that's going to be something for, I mean, almost every team to look out for. during the game we were mentioning how not just in this tournament but in the majors and even other tournaments how crucial it would be for all these teams and how close the games would be. UG versus Ferrum went all the rounds in regulation, 12 rounds, and Monka S versus Mrcz went the 9 yards in overtime itself with 15 rounds. So really it's a predicament to what we might be seeing from these teams in the future. And apart from that's been a lot of clubhouse today. I mean, how many rounds total did we see on stream? There was 12, 15, 27, 30 rounds on clubhouse. 30 rounds. That's insane.
Well, yes, that is indeed a lot of rounds from in one single stream of one map. But with that, we will be leaving you guys today because we are actually done with the quarterfinals of this tournament. We will be starting up with the semifinals tomorrow at 2 p.m. So make sure that you are ready with your popcorn and your drinks tomorrow because we will be having a lot of siege action coming in tomorrow. Till then, I would say take care. This is me, Dr. Dang, and CCB signing off. See you tomorrow.